Hey, my credit score went up 1 point.
Congratulations. Good morning, everyone. I am Councilmember Byron Amos. I'd like to officially call the Atlanta City Council Transportation Committee to order on this day, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Joined by my committee members to my far left, Councilmember Wan, Councilmember Dozier, Vice Chair Kari Overstreet, and to my right is Councilmember Lewis. Make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Motion has been made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Agenda is adopted. Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Motion has been made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Minutes have been approved. Considering we have heard this piece of legislation for some weeks now, I would like to make a slight change before we go into public comment and actually have action on item number 23, which is better known as the taxi cab legislation. There is an amendment, a substitute.
Substitute.
So I make a motion to bring forward the substitute. Motion has been made and second.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Substitute is before us. Please read it in.
Yes. For the record, the substitute removes all provisions of the original paper, except the provision to raise the age of vehicles permitted to operate at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport from 7 years to 10 years. And that is item number 23, 2401031. An ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, as substituted by the Transportation Committee. An ordinance to amend Chapter 22, Article 3, Division 7 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances related to taxi cab and rideshare services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport to ensure that a level playing field is maintained between vehicles for hire services by raising the permissible age of a taxi or rideshare vehicle from 7 to 10 years and for other purposes.
Thank you. With that being said, as you know, this paper has been in front of us. We have actually held true to our promise of hearing all sides. I did meet with the drivers a few weeks ago, and this is the paper that is in front of us. Everything has been taken out, as he said, except for the limit on going from 7 years to 10 years. That is what we'll be voting on. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion has been made and second by Councilmember Lewis. Please open the vote.
Amos and Lewis. Vote is open. Vote is closed.
It is favorable. We'll send it to council with that. To my drivers then in the room, this paper now goes to full city council, in which I anticipate full council will vote on and support. So congratulations. We're hopefully to the end of this. Thank you. I know many of you took off today to be here, so if you don't want to stay here and speak in public comment, you don't have to. You'll have another chance on Monday during full council. But we're going to move forward with the agenda. But thank you for showing up, and thank you for advocating for your best interest. Thank you.
Can I make a comment? Can I make a comment?
Well, so we're going to go into public comment now. So if you want to stay to do public comment, you can.
We're not on it. Okay. I just want to thank you guys. Good night.
Right. Because if all of them leave, then we're going to do public comment. Okay, with that being said, that'll take us into public comment, in which we went from 5 sheets to 1 sheet. We have Shayna Pollock. Ms. Pollock.
Good morning. I'm Shayna Pollock, the Director of Transportation for Central Atlanta Progress and the Atlanta Downtown Improvement District. Central Atlanta Progress and the Atlanta Downtown Improvement District are the organizations committed to downtown's overall vibrancy and livability. We do not support the 5-point station transformation as currently proposed by Marta. Throughout the entire planning and design process, Marta staff has continued to ignore feedback from us and our partners. We have watched as the project's goals and top priorities, which were agreed upon by the City of Atlanta, have morphed away from the original intent of creating a more approachable station, building a better rider experience, and delivering a great public realm. The $230 million project, which will use $191.2 million in more MARTA funds, will largely replicate today's existing condition. The bus bays and the large plaza will be virtually unchanged. We are spending $230 million to build a transparent canopy in lieu of the current concrete. But it's not only about the design, it's also about the impact. Despite ranking in the bottom of the heap in terms of ridership recovery, MARTA is closing pedestrian and bus access to its busiest station until 2028. And for those that rely on the elevator to transfer between lines, they'll have to use a bus bridge to travel. This will have enormous environmental justice implications on current riders and will further threaten ridership. People rely on 5 points for their daily lives, and requiring an extra transfer or further access point will add more time onto many already long commutes. Why is an entire station being designed around buses when MARTA is willing to substantially inconvenience those same patrons for 4 years? MARTA must find another way. Given these concerns, CAP ADID requests the following actions. 1, reconsider the station transformation plan. A modified plan should include the voices of riders, the downtown community, and other key stakeholders. 2, delay construction until after the 2026 World Cup, and when a new design is developed, ensure that the station remains open during construction. 3, invest in a station refresh above the fare gates before 2026. And 4, refresh other downtown stations before 2026, specifically Garnett, Dome, CNN Center, Phillips, GWCC, a real mouthful, and Vine City. I wish I was that excited, but thank you for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker is, and I am sorry, Darrell Anderson.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Darrell Anderson. I'm a 42-year business operator here in the city of Atlanta. Grady baby, been doing a lot of things throughout my career in ground transportation. But I was struck last committee meeting by some concerns that I had brought up earlier this year to the Department of Aviation. And Councilmember Alex Wong, you brought up some concerns about the extension of the curbside management, which is on the agenda today, 2.0.1272. And one of the concerns have been why did the scope expand and why did the dollar amount? Well, what has happened, in my opinion, they've taken services from the terminal, ATL Connect as they call it now, and given it to another vendor. And to me, that is a conflict. It should not happen, and especially during a time when there's an extension. An extension should be only for services that are currently provided under that RFP, and those same service with the city's option should only be agreed upon if both parties mutually agree to move forward on the option year. It should not be an expansion in dollars or scope other than what was bidded on when the solicitation was first put out. To start a practice where you take services and scope from a different contract and give it to another one would start a bad precedence and making sure that scopes don't change in option years. It should be the same, and it should be the same work. In my case, I performed curbside in my career, and I perform the terminal. Those agents that we use are directly responsible for assisting with passengers with excess luggage and small kids. To get another vendor that does not do that or not under our control, our command, creates confusion. There's zero efficiency in moving it from one vendor to another. It makes no sense. It creates interference in one operation to another. So I've raised these questions before with the Department of Aviation and the procurement when the bid first went out. And the answer that we got was that it was the city's option to decide on what was the best interest for the city. This is not in the best interest for the passengers and the commuters and the travelers that use our international terminal shuttle or ATL Connect shuttle to move from one location to the other. So, Council member, you were right on to inquire about that, and it just don't make sense to take a scope out of one contract and give it to another to provide the same services, because these are reimbursable costs. So it makes zero sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker will be Mr. Ron Shakir.
Ron Shakir, Southwest Atlanta. Transportation in America has a significant connection with justice and African Americans being treated in a humane way, but also in business. The fact is that Atlanta have a reputation, a presence for African American excellence, have a history of African American housing stock. You can't have a relative that come in town and go through African American communities and don't have a sense of pride or a sense of awareness or a sense of ability to be able to be in a safe or beautiful community. When we see African Americans excel in business, and yes, Daryl Alexander, A1 Transportation is one of them. But the history of what transportation has always been has been a service business. It's been a business where people have been not treated socially correct, but they were chauffeurs. And they were men who knew the powers that be in this city because all through the country, because they drove them where they are. And the fact is that when we have a business in Atlanta, like A1 Transportation, and he's not the only one. There's other limousine businesses, transportation businesses, and I think that we ought to be careful and not be reckless, especially when we're talking about transportation. Transportation, the taxi cab drivers, the sitcoms that came off of taxi cab drivers. They were funny, but they were America. They were citizens who had got there by a different route, then did not go there where they was politically known or they didn't have the highest education, but that's not true today. A lot of them have a lot of education. But the point is that transportation service is important to America. It's a part of American culture. And when we see African Americans excelling in that, we ought to be very careful to support them and to make sure that that support is something that continue to have excellence, and not only excellence, but be able to represent African Americans' presence in this city, upward bound, and because they have made a difference in transportation. I say again, has made a difference, and it has a face to it. And that face, to a great extent, has been faces like me and the faces of Atlanta that make Atlanta beautiful. So I just wanted to come down. I just wanted to say I found out this was going to be on the agenda of transportation. I wanted to talk about the history perspective of what transportation has meant and to make sure that we're fair and exceedingly fair, because Atlanta is a city that exceeds others. And I just hope that you don't forget that and support African-American businesses and the ones that's here and the ones that's coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I believe that brings us to the end of the list, but I asked if you signed up. What is your name, sir?
On the last page in front of the 500.
Okay, you are correct, sir. You have 3 minutes. And Giannis, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olaolu Winfunke. I'm glad to be standing in front of you guys again today. A few of you know me as, some people call me TPU. TPU Technologies Inc. is my company. It's my transportation company. And I'm interested to working with all companies, transportation, taxi, limos, ride shares, because we've been in business for close to 10 years. And right now, we're looking for backing from the council members and those not also on the council, probably people in the taxi community and the limousine community and the rideshare community. We have an app in the App Store, so we're looking to work with a lot of people that see the need, because there is a need for improvement of the transportation that I've seen in the city of Atlanta. I started driving for Uber, I started driving for Lyft, and then I started my own thing. Not counting, but we have 743 days until the FIFA World Cup here in Atlanta. And I'd love to put things in place. We already have things in place right now. We work with about 97% of the hotels in Atlanta, and we work with a lot of private airports as well. So I would love to expand, and I guess I'm in the right room because I do transportation. This is the transportation community, so just looking to work with people that will love to work with us. We have a website that people can get in contact with us. Right now, I have about close to 300 drivers in the city of Atlanta. So this is, we're not a small company. We are a S Corp, we're a corporation. So we just also need help with the funding to get things going. So if I could just set up some meetings or so, we do work with the city of, we're vendors for City of Atlanta. We're also vendors for Delta as well. But we're trying to get things moving in the right direction. Every direction is the right direction, but we're trying to move it in the direction to where we all excel together. Because, of course, I would love to see the company grow to where we're on a status of bringing in money for the city of Atlanta and moving people around simply, instead of, everybody fighting back and forth saying that I'm important, you're important. How about we're all important? So let's work together and do something, especially for the events and the new buildings that are going to be opening up in the city of Atlanta. Yeah, my name is Olaolu, and I'm done speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I missed one other person, Giannis. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. My name is Jonas Shamark. I'm an Atlanta taxi driver president, being elected last year, and I've been driving the city of Atlanta more than 30 years, and coming over here and dealing with the issue. First, we say thanks for Anthony Lewis and Amos, all those people who put together the taxi issue for the last 3 years we're fighting. We're very happy with you guys, and I met with you last week, and I met with him 2 weeks ago, and I met pretty much those people here. And honestly, we're very happy and excited and say thank you guys. And pretty much it was been a lot of confusion is going on among the drivers, that some drivers giving wrong information is basic of what is going on for those checker owners. So we're trying to, he sent the email with your office, and I believe you received it. He was trying to set the record straight. And pretty much what he's saying it was true, but beginning as a tax association leadership, he come up his own proposals with his own lawyers. We didn't have any input. The issue is the beginning. And now everybody thinks like the tax association was only take one side, the issue, and that's not what the case. And I know now everybody, enjoying all this kumbaya is gone. Other thing is going on, the Atlanta airport, and I have a great relationship, the new management team, and they have a long way to go. But basically, we had a meeting pretty much and sent the email, something that here has a great relationship with them. But we have a lot of other issues going on at the airport when it's coming to the trafficking and other stuff, the Ubers and other issues, we dealing with them. And we need to more improve into ground transportation, GT doing more in enforcing a lot of, right now we have like lack of ATL enforcement, so we need basically more enforcement when it comes to the airport. Is sometimes it's chaos. The other things we're talking about, those people who cut the contract. You guys signed the check, they're coming over there. And sometimes, we need you guys to make sure those people who take the contract, if they're not doing a great job, and then you reward it again, another contract, unless most people knows me, when anytime the airport contractor come over there, we challenge them if they're not doing what they're supposed to do. And I hope this time you guys need to look it twice and saying, okay, what went wrong? How they corrected the problem we have right now at the airport when it's come to those contractors who oversight with the taxi dispatching. All the area is a chaos what's going on out there. So hopefully we were trying to, as a taxi leadership, giving our own side an idea and saying, hey, this is what they need to correction, need to be taken action. And hopefully, after we're going to meet with them again and input. And thanks again, great job you guys doing from City of Atlanta, especially the taxi drivers. I already apologize all my drivers. Misconfusion is going on, especially Antonio Lewis and you and all other rest of you guys. Say thank you. Appreciate it, what you're doing this morning.
Thank you, sir. Now I believe that brings us to the end of everyone that have signed in on public comment. Okay, good. Next, moving to the next agenda item, presentation. I know we had the Atlanta Department of Transportation quarterly report. They would be rescheduled, but we do have Marta here that was rescheduled. Now they're back. So, sir, Mr. Greenwood.
Thank you, Chair Amos, and good morning to everyone, or good afternoon to everyone. I am Collie Greenwood, General Manager and CEO of Marta. Happy to be here with you today. I just wanted to recognize some of our board members that are monitoring remotely. That's Jennifer I, Jacob Zagabe, and Sagira Jones. We'll talk more about the cover image later in the presentation. I'm going to move fairly quickly through these slides as there are a number of them. Here's the agenda that we're going to be following today, starting with current service. Taking a look there at ridership, it's a similar story. The good news here is that near the end you can see that all modes have continued their upward tick. I will say that mobility and streetcar are at almost at pre-pandemic levels. Bus and rail continue to just be a slow return to where we were pre-pandemic. More on that in terms of program highlights. I just want to point out that we had a commitment, a 5-year commitment for amenities and delivery of amenities, and we are almost there. In order to meet the 250 overall 5-year commitment, we would need to install 98 amenities this year, and of those 98, 67 are already installed, 9 are under construction, so we have 17 in permitting and 5 in design. I have full confidence that we will complete on time. Bus stop amenities, a picture to the last slide. This is again just the before and after, and what that program actually means to the people that are traveling on Marta on a regular and consistent basis. And I want to just touch base on the bus network redesign as well. We're continuing with that. That is a total project cost of $42 million with a target completion year-end 2025. We have had a number of public engagements, stakeholder engagements. That process continues. Everyone's invited to go to marta2040nextgenbus.com. We are now at the point of looking at further adjustments to focus on equity outcomes to make sure that our Title VI analysis is supported. And additionally, we're working through how we can staff on-demand service in those areas that are not supported by fixed route bus. We'll begin public and stakeholder engagement when the draft proposed network is complete, and then based on that input, we will refine the final network into its proposed form. A word on our budget. We went through the budget process, and that continues. We will be going back to the board on June 13th, seeking their approval of the budget. But in a nutshell, you can see what the operating budget highlights are there. At the end of the day, you'll find that we have, in terms of labor, the majority of our labor costs are salaries and wages, overtime, and fringe benefits. On the non-labor side, it's contracts and mobility and IT contracts, as well as material supplies, casualty and liability costs, rounding out the end. In the upper right-hand corner, we talk about operating program highlights, and we talk about supporting MARTA's strategic priorities. There are 6 of those priorities, 4 of which you've heard time and again. Consistently provided excellence in customer service, delivering the capital program with speed and efficiency, promoting the MARTA brand, and demonstrating fiscal responsibility. We've added 2 more focuses for FY25, which is workforce development, the focus on hiring, training, and retaining a qualified and motivated workforce, and also digital transformation, the advancement of technology to improve operations and customer service. So both operating revenues and expenses net out to be a balanced budget at $654.5 million. Over to our capital program. This is the 2025 planned capital sources and uses. We've got a total capital program of $1.37 billion in planned sources and $909.2 million in uses across 3 categories: state of good repair, more MARTA City of Atlanta expansion, and more MARTA Clayton expansion. You'll find that the sources for more MARTA Atlanta are budgeted $338.2 million versus planned uses of $171 million. And that 171 is detailed on the next slide. You can see 171 as a culminating number there. Just want to point out that that's our 2025 expenditure. The total planned expenditure over the next 10 years is $1.7 billion, and that includes debt service. Some examples of the larger projects budgeted over the next 10 years. Now, you've got 2025 listed here, and you can see, the order and the magnitude of some of those build-outs. But which includes MARTA Rapid Summerhill really coming in at $60 million, and that really represents the fact that we've moved into construction, and that's when dollars start getting spent, is in the construction phase. And just behind that is the 5-point station transformation project at $48.2 million, and we go on from there. But over the 10 years, some of our big spends are going to be Clifton Corridor BRT at $595 million, Campbellton Corridor BRT at $300 million, and Streetcar East LRT at $230 million. In terms of the more MARTA Atlanta program, I want to start with just a word on the Atlanta audit. That is continuing. I believe that started about a year ago. We have been very cooperative with the auditors, and we've provided over 24,000 pages of information, interviews with 19 staff, and over the course of 17 hours. That continues. We are eager to continue that collaboration to its logical conclusion, and we will wait to hear from the auditors in terms of when that will be. The more MARTA programmatic spending, this is an update that we normally provide. For FY24, we spent nearly $33 million across the projects listed here. The highest expenditures are for the Summerhill project, again, which reflects its status as being in construction. Other items of note since the last report include an increased expenditure to progress the 5-point transformation, environmental assessment, and design process. And a word on new infill stations. We touched on this last time I was here, that the mayor had just announced the concept. The concept investigation continues, but we can say a little bit more here. Of course, you know that That was on the list when voters approved the list of projects back in 2016, and there were infill stations listed there. The Joint Prioritization Working Group in 2017 included infill stations, and so, you know, this is not a new idea, but it's an idea whose time has come. The infill stations back then in 2018, 2017, were estimated to be about $100 million per station. That number obviously will have to be updated as we go through costing for today's environment. We will be exploring all funding opportunities through local, state, and federal partners, as well as transit-oriented development and support. But you can see 4 stars there listing where the various infill stations will be. In terms of project updates, I'll move to our Marta Rapid line on Summerhill. We're calling it the Rapid A line. Time to build, we expect summer 2025 to be rolling in customer service, a total cost of $87 million. We've had a lot of customer engagement and stakeholder outreach there, including our April 10th hosting our coffee and construction business outreach event, on May 11th, the Bike the Route event with the community. And so a lot of work happening now on Summerhill. It went from, you know, shovels in the ground last summer to actual disruption on the road. So we're pleased to see that progress. Just a quick note on HE Homes and Bankhead. Both of these are progressing well. You can see that the 60% design drawings are expected in August, with construction to start in April for HE Homes, and even sooner, a construction schedule start for Bankhead in January. And Airport Station, just another sign of progress. Marta is continuing its work on Airport Station. You're well aware that we had a 6-week closure of the station in order to accommodate and really save ourselves 17 months of construction work on the project. We're pleased to announce that we returned it on schedule on May 20th, the Monday, in time for the Memorial Day holiday. Lots of work being done there. You can see the before in the upper left-hand corner in some areas, and you can see clearly now what's happened in the hall with the terrazzo flooring and some of the other provisions. There's a lot being done there: installation of the new terrazzo flooring in the concourse, installation of new platform pavers, repairing, sealing, and painting the track and concourse walls, preparing for installation of the new canopy, fixing the flashing adjacent to the third rail, some functional remediations like leaks, electrical, and conduits, a lot of which aesthetically don't meet the eye, but all of this work was absolutely required. Next up at Airport is escalator rehab, refurbishing the existing elevator, adding another elevator, fixing ceilings and lighting, adding new signage, a ride store, new fare gates and token vending machines, and all the while operating in a full service environment. There's a chance that we may have another temporary shutdown before the World Cup to ensure that we're ready on time, but that remains to be seen whether or not we're going to need it. 5 Point Station rehab is underway, and it's already seen some significant changes in the walls and lighting in parts of the station. You can see there it's a $52 million investment, all local funds, not more Marta, with full completion expected in October of 2025. And that is the 5 Point Station rehab. The station transformation is the other story, and that's a $230 million investment. We have been working with our environmental partners and received, final finding of no significant impact on March 25th. So we've been working since to get under contract with Skanska. Everything is aligned now, and they will begin work this summer on deconstructing the canopy. Rail service will remain unaffected, but of course there is an effect to the plaza and concourse levels, which will close, and 8 bus routes will be relocated. Here to assure you that we will have a very extensive public engagement and communication effort, and we'll be briefing you as an important part of spreading the message as we approach the beginning of construction this summer. Here's an idea of the transformation phased timeline, just an overall project in scope. You can see the project completion is 2028. There's a temporary reopening of the aforementioned closed pedestrian access during the World Cup. At that point, the station will be in a state of operational readiness, safety, integrity, and it'll be aesthetically engaging for the folks using that as they travel to the games. Of course, outreach, we're in the period of outreach right now, so there's a lot that's going on and about to kick off prior to the July 6th deconstruction work that I talked about earlier. Just acknowledging some of the street level impacts. We'll have closures, diversions, and disruptions. They're always precursors to progress, as we've seen on Summerhill Airport Station and other projects, and they're a necessary part of system improvement, whether it's road construction or kitchen renovation or station transformation. User operation is often impacted. And here's an example of the impact that we're expecting. So there you see 5 points in the center, and you see 4 other stations within a half-mile or 10-minute walk from 5 points. For those that are in the area and want to connect to other stations and the relocated bus routes, there are 3 routes that will continue their existing service through routing in the area, and that they can also be used. So that's the Route 3, the Route 40, and the Route 183. But otherwise, you'll see in this chart where the other buses are being relocated to Georgia State, King Memorial, and Civic Center. ADA mobility shuttle will be in place and on hand for all those that need it. Therefore, our Marta Accessibility Committee works closely and directly with the accessibility community and related agencies for their feedback and what they deem appropriate. But there you see the statistics of what we will be doing. We'll be using our L vans, assuring a 10-minute round trip with headways of 5 minutes or less and a load and go status. Not unlike what we did at Airport Station with that service, where we had a load and go, and I think we had 8 to 10 minute headways between those vehicles, and that was a flawless execution of customer accommodation during a main artery shutdown of a facility. An example of communications and engagement that we'll be doing. So much like the airport station, we are keenly invested in the goals listed here, and we've identified key stakeholders and partners to ensure the success of our communications and our engagement efforts. So you can see the goals listed, and making sure that our nearby residents, our businesses and employees, jurisdictional partners, and large venues and employers are engaged all along the way. We've got a marketing and communication strategy. We understand this is a big deal, and we're employing a large volume and variety of tactics to communicate effectively. And in terms of the engagement strategy, the preview is, this is just an example of the collateral planned for community engagement. And of course, there's nothing like direct contact. So we'll have direct outreach through our Marta ambassadors. They have time and again demonstrated their effectiveness for special events and planned closures. So they'll be engaging our customers at the dates and locations listed here. And I've received feedback that that a few of you would like to have ambassadors on the buses as well to assist with spreading the word. So we'll be looking into those recommendations. Again, if someone needs immediate assistance at 5 points, during a closure, there will be station ambassadors on site. There will be signage with QR codes and websites and phone numbers available. And then over to other news. Just very quickly, Marta, the cover slide when I started up here showed this wrapped bus. It really was a great day on April 11th. We unveiled the Juanita Jones Abernathy bus to a large gathering of friends and family and others who appreciate the iconic contributions that she made as a 16-year Marta board member and a lifelong advocate for civil rights. I want to thank Councilmember Boone for attending the event, and as part of our commitment to honoring Atlanta's civil rights leaders throughout 2024, Marta will continue to celebrate them and their role in our history with specially designed buses. Our next bus will honor Reverend Joseph E. and Evelyn G. Lowry in July. And community engagements. At the top left, you can see there we had reduced fare pop-up engagements. We offer reduced fare breeze cards to eligible senior citizens, people with disabilities, and Medicare card holders. It's part of making Marta a transit system that everyone can use. And so these discounted breeze cards are valid on all Marta buses and trains. You can see below that the new mural that we enabled through partnership with Midtown Alliance. That's at Midtown Station. And on the top right, I want to just thank members of the Riders Advisory Council. We've selected the next cohort. It's an all-volunteer group dedicated to helping improve the transit experience for all MARTA customers. This is a new 25-member cohort composed of people drawn from MARTA's service area. They'll have 2-year terms, and during those terms, they'll stay informed with MARTA, and starting in June, they'll meet monthly to provide input on various topics. They will learn from MARTA about the inner workings of the transit system. They'll get tours of operating facilities and receive briefings on the governance and finance of MARTA. And of course, on the bottom right, that was the aforementioned May 11th Bike the Route event with the Atlanta Cycling Festival. Chair Amos, with your permission, I'll return the floor to you.
Thank you, sir, very much. As you prepare for questions, I see people are hitting their buttons. Just want to recognize we've been joined by committee member, council member Amir Faroki, and also by our council president, President Shipman. So, let's see. First up, council member Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, CEO Greenwood. Always good to see you.
You, sir.
And I appreciate the presentation. I know y'all had a lot of irons in the fire, and it's great to see it all starting to come together in such a real way. I know in the past, at least when I was last served on this committee 2 years ago, we talked a lot about how we hadn't seen shovels in the dirt, and I feel like y'all have a lot of capital projects that are moving forward in a big way, and particularly looking forward to the Summer Hill BRT route, it's just great to see that movement in all these different directions. The one thing that I still is still a sticking point for me is the 5 Points project, the 5 Points redevelopment project. We're looking at a $250 million project. I know we've had conversations before. Myself, Councilmember Faroki, and members of your team and the administration have shared our broader concerns about pedestrian connectivity, about whether or not the bus entry and exit points create a challenge for people trying to walk into the station. If I remember correctly, 5 Points is the busiest station in the system in terms of entry. So not just folks doing a transfer, but people coming into the station. If I remember correctly, it's about double the number of entries that we see at the airport, which we just went through kicked off a rehab program there. And so that's why, at least for me, I have so much trouble resting with the idea that we'll be closing access to 5 Points MARTA Station through 2028. And, that's a very long time. And it's a very long time for people not to have access to our busiest station in terms of entries. It's a part of our downtown community that both the city as well as our private and non-public partners are investing a lot of time, energy, and money into. City of Atlanta is redeveloping 2 Peachtree right next to 5 Points MARTA Station, which is, we're looking at 600 housing units. We're looking at commercial. You have the South Downtown redevelopment. You have Centennial Yards. This will be a significant impact on a lot of people's quality of life. I recognize in conversations that we had that a big reason why it's hard to shift the design or the programming that y'all anticipate for this redevelopment because of the federal money that's tied to the project. You have, I think, a $25 million REACH grant that we're using to help with the deconstruction of the canopy. That REACH grant is only less than 10% of the overall project. And so my question then is, have we considered alternatives that don't allow or don't require us to shut down the station for 4 years, even if that means not utilizing the money that we receive from the federal government, because it's only a small fraction of the overall project? Have we considered other alternatives that don't put us in the position that we're in today? Because I have trouble wrestling with that.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. A lot there to unpack. I will start by saying, the $25 million federal grant is appreciated, but it does not provide the decision maker in terms of what way we move forward. The big decision maker for MARTA is making sure that I suspect that you're not talking about the end product, you're talking about the process and the closure during that process. So let me just reframe that. But, you know, at the end of the day, I started out earlier by saying that this kind of progress does come with disruption, whether it's renovating a kitchen or doing a subway station. That's not meant to belittle the impact. We're well aware of the impact. This may well be one of the largest efforts that we're going to undertake in terms of engagement and accommodation. Talked about our prowess with Airport Station as a precursor in terms of how, you know, when we started, people thought, you're closing down rail service to the busiest airport station in the world, but it was a flawless execution in that regard. And the toughest part with that kind of accommodation is the first bit. So, you know, the first couple of days where people aren't sure how it works, but I'm convinced that as time goes on with this accommodation, people will be very used to it, and it will be equally flawless. Like I said, it's a 10-minute walk to 4 stations around 5 Points for those that feel like doing the walk. For those that don't, there's 3 routes that are running through on their typical routing through and connecting to heavy rail stations and other bus routes, and of course our mobility, ADA mobility accommodation service that will be in effect. So I very much appreciate your comments and your concerns. I'd be remiss if I try to make it seem like this is, you know, it's a non-issue. It very much is an issue, but I want to assure you that the steps we're taking to mitigate this issue will be will soon be realized to be effective.
And you mentioned, you know, we're not necessarily talking about the end product, because I know myself and Councilmember Faroki have kind of beaten that horse a bit and tried to do what we can to make the end product a better product, particularly for the pedestrian experience. And I recognize the constraints tied to that. I do have concerns that even with the end product that we end up with, an investment of $250 million for the design and the concept that was presented, it still makes it hard for that 4-year shutdown. It makes it hard to digest that, because it feels in a way almost like we're going to be back to where we are today in terms of the space, the plaza experience. I mean, we do currently have a plaza experience. Some of that is on the City of Atlanta and with Barbara Asher Square, and I get that. But if we were shutting down 5 Points for 4 years to say, allow for future housing or commercial or something that could be built on top of the station that would also add riders, because I recognize that Marta's ridership numbers aren't where maybe Miami and Toronto and some of these other communities. Pre-pandemic, we're if I remember correctly, we're less than 50% of our ridership still pre-pandemic compared to some of those other.
Yeah, we've exceeded 50%, okay. 55, 60%, and as I said earlier, in some modes we're already back to. So that's a trend that I take solace in, and that means that our modal share and our ridership numbers are coming back. It does take time, and I will distinguish Atlanta from a lot of the other cities. Atlanta has employees in Atlanta are enjoying a very robust work from home environment. It's one of the top cities to work remotely in and have hybrid work. So, you know, the rapid return is something that we are, you know, we haven't seen, but it is trending in the right direction.
And that's fair, and definitely point taken. I guess just my larger point there is that if we were doing something with this project that would ultimately increase ridership, ultimately put more people in this place as it make it more of a destination, whether it's residential, commercial, some other amenity that beyond just the plaza and the experience of existing riders, I could sit with the 4-year closure much more readily than I am right now. And so that's part of my concern, is that if we're spending for $250 million to do this work, but what does that look like for ridership? Are we going to be able to grow ridership on the other side of this? And then also, what does this mean for the bus redesign? Like, how are y'all contemplating this 4-year shutdown as part of the redesign, considering that at least 8 or 9 of those bus routes rely on 5 Points for departure, for arrival, and as part of the larger network? This is such a big impact for so many people, and that's what I continue to struggle with.
I get it. Thank you. I'll leave the conversation with this thought. You mentioned TOD building up on top of the station. That is not precluded in what we're doing. This design will allow us to have a base that is capable of supporting a phase 2 TOD on top of the station.
So thank you for that. My last couple questions then. Where are we on the new trains that we're getting as part of the system?
Yeah, so they are currently being built in Salt Lake City. The first train is expected here at the end of the year, and we will spend a year basically trying to break it, just running it, testing it, making sure that it withstands all the conditions that we had scoped out in the specs. And so that's at the end of this year, you'll see the first one. A year later, we'll start to bring them into circulation.
Okay, and then I guess I don't know what the technical term is, but like tap to pay, and I know we have the QR codes and things on the different buses and
Yes.
train stations.
Yeah.
In other systems, I can go to my Google Wallet and load a fare and tap there. I know we're currently working on Farebox overhaul. Where are we on in terms of that timeline?
Yeah, so you're talking about automated fare control,
Thank you.
automated fare collection 2.0. So we will have that ready in 2026. We're doing the design of the program now. We're working with the group that won the contract, and we're on schedule to have all that ready. And you will be able to use your NFC-enabled device, your phone, your credit card, your watch, and tap.
Okay.
And that'll be ready before World Cup.
Okay. And then my last question is tugging on the thread about ridership again. I know Marta had a very robust TOD pipeline that we're still implementing, and as the development cycle works in their favor. Just want to make sure that we continue to emphasize that. In my district, West End Marta Station as an example, and I appreciate Marta's partnership with some of the activations we've done in the parking lot that hasn't been used as the parking lot, but I know we're working on an event tied to COPA. We've done an art project with barricades on Link Street. I know there was some discussion at some point about a future TOD development at that site. Just don't want to lose sight of that. We're still working to try to make Mall West End redevelopment happen and get a product that this community's going to love. But as we have other, particularly publicly owned vacant land across the street, don't want to have to wait for one development to happen for us to be able to get more housing and other retail and other opportunities for the community.
Thank you for that. And I can assure you, we feel the same way. I was at a presentation earlier this morning where I said, we have a responsibility to leverage the availability of our TOD program just that way. And Marta's got a lot of land, a lot of influence. There's a lot of stakeholders that are prepared to do good things for the community. And that, to your earlier point, will indeed build ridership for the system. And so we're on the same page.
And then one more site just to consider. I know y'all have been looking at stations, but y'all have a maintenance facility in Mechanicsville, right there with Abernathy and McDaniel Street. Y'all are currently using it as staging for the contractors working on the Summerhill BRT Rapid project. Once that project is done, I would love for y'all to look at that site as a future, I wouldn't call it TOD because it's not on a heavy rail line. However, it's a heavily used, there's at least 2 or 3 bus routes that connect to it, and it's Marta-owned property that would be a huge benefit for the community if it's redeveloped.
Thank you, Council Member.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Thank you. Councilmember Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair Amos. Quickly on ridership, Mr. Greenwood, good to see it ticking back up. Obviously, a long way to go to get pre-pandemic. I know other cities are grappling with similar dynamics. For the next quarterly report, can you all provide, and maybe I can do my own legwork, and I assume it's available through federal government or other websites, but what the cost per mile to operate heavy rail, BRT, and LRT is for us? And or whatever the right metric is it cost per mile, is it cost per passenger, whatever the common
Both. It's expressed in both measures.
That'd be helpful.
We can get that, yeah.
And if you're willing to maybe share some peer markets as well, Phoenix, Dallas, Charlotte, Boston.
Yeah. I mean, look, I will say there's a couple of times there have been references to other cities. We do recognize that, for a very long time in terms of not just ridership, but modal share. Atlanta's modal share, in terms of modal share, means the percentage of people coming in and out of the city on transit. So the public transit modal share has been 7% in Atlanta. So it's, you know, we're not in a position to compare ourselves to a New York at 48% or a DC at 38%, but we're pushing those metrics as well.
Yeah, no, that's why I didn't mention those cities, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I think Sunbelt, pure cities, some of which have heavy rail, some of which don't. I realize that it's a little bit apples to oranges at times.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's, when we're exceptional, we like to tell people we're exceptional, and then we want to hide and say, oh, we're a little bit different variables here. That's fine. But it would be helpful, and I know our cost per mile or cost per passenger is probably on the higher end of major transit systems in the country because of what you just mentioned. But it would be helpful just to get a better understanding of that. And I don't have an ulterior motive, I think just getting a better sense of.
Sure. I would just caution about, you know, use of the term hide. We're not hiding our situation or our position. We're very open on a regular basis, showing our ridership, saying that it's a slow but steady return. So there's nothing hidden here.
And I'm not suggesting you are hiding anything.
Okay.
That's what the audit's for another conversation.
Yeah.
But on this, it's really just an edification thing. I think it'd be helpful from a contextual perspective.
Fantastic.
I will follow up on Councilmember Dozier's line of questioning on 5 points. He did a really good job of questioning the need and the impact of a 4-year closure. The only question I'll add to that is, on the ADA mobility shuttle, was that designed with input from ADA users?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I will beat the horse that Councilmember Dozier showed restraint in doing, and that's the end product here. It's been watered down. The canopy is no longer fully translucent. It's just got some translucent stripped on the middle. It's our center station. It's our most heavily used station. And I think it just doesn't sit well. And I know we have limitations. This ship has left the port, but I find it underwhelming at best that this is going to be our final work product for our center station. I don't think this would fly in a lot of other major cities, that the busiest station, the place that in many ways is the front door for visitors to the city and is the most used station by residents of the city, has, I don't know, the architectural equivalent of a Polynesian Express. Like, it just doesn't feel as grand and significant as our center station should be. That's a personal reflection.
Right.
I realize others may say this is great, it's a huge improvement.
Yeah.
And I guess my question to you is, given kind of where we've come in design and what the final product will what it will look like, is the 4-year time frame and the cost, in your opinion, worth it for what it will do for the station, and why?
Yes. So the short answer is yes, I think it's worth it. You know, I'll back up and say you're right. When it comes to aesthetics, there is personal opinion in terms of what's overwhelming, what's underwhelming. I will not go to my own personal opinion. I will rely on that of SOM, the designers that are international world-class leaders in station design, and this is the product that they have come up with. This is the product that numerous downtown stakeholders have supported. This is a product that the administration has supported. I qualify all of that to say that supposedly we could continue talking, but when I got here, one of the knocks against Marta was that we just talk. Here we are at a point where we're about to do something, and I caution everyone about, letting personal opinion about aesthetics delay further progress. I think because it is the hub, because it is the nexus of our transit system, then first principles requires that we treat it as a transit installment. And as a transit installment, from a safety, state of good repair, operational integrity perspective, it's inarguable that this is a fine and good design. When it comes to aesthetics, I take your point that people have different opinions, and I can't argue with that. But I will say that we heard the comment about access to the station. I think that there are some that would rather not have buses show up at 5 Points, but because it is our nexus, I believe that bus customers deserve full access to the Nexus station. And so any design that doesn't have them coming directly to 5 Points is a non-starter for me as a transit provider.
Thank you. My last question is, Councilmember Dozier mentioned fare and fare collection. I've asked this question previously, it may have been a couple of years now. I'm curious, do y'all have constant conversations? Have you put to rest the idea of distance-based fares?
Well, I won't say we've put it to rest. I will say with the AFC 2.0, it makes that conversation more tangible. It wasn't something that we could have contemplated before. So in 26, when AFC is around and we'll have information about origins and destinations and distances, then it's a conversation that we'll be able to have more in earnest.
Okay, great. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Vice Chair Overstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwood. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for your team that contacted us earlier just to make sure that we understood the details of like the bus network design. And that's, I do have a few questions around that, but I want to start where Council Members Faroki and Dozier left off, because I do have a couple comments about 5 Points. I too believe in the transit-oriented development opportunity. I think that it's a huge opportunity for us. I'm glad to know that we are at least putting in a foundation that will allow for future development above. That's good news and good information, because I would love to see that in the future for sure, especially right there. I think that'll do us good, even right here around this area. So thank you for that. I made a few phone calls in the last few days about the timeline that we talked about with the 4 years that we're talking about. And it does seem extremely excessive. It seems like a long time for renovation for what we're going to get on the other end. And I had the same question, you know, are you comfortable with that? And your answer was, yeah,
Yes.
I feel fine with it.
Yeah. I just to interrupt for a second. I do on these matters tend to defer to the construction industry. So when Skanska, again, a AAA constructor of transit facilities, tells me that this is a post-beam tension construction, you can't rush these things or it becomes a hazard, I'm going to give them the time they need to do it properly.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you. I just know that 4 years is a really long time. And I just wanted to, because I've visited other cities where I have friends that live in other metropolises, and I dare not say where, because I don't want to say that I'm comparing at all to places that have heavy commuters. But I noticed that from suburbs to their inner city, that they throw up a full rail line from scratch, full rail line from the suburbs to the inner city, their main city areas in 5 years, literally. That has happened. And I'm like, how does this happen?
This is in the USA?
In the United States of America. In the United States of America. And I just want to know, you know, that's why I just made those calls. I'm like, well, you know, when I visited you, such and such and such, and they put me in contact with a couple people. So I would love to, I can chat later.
Yeah, no, that would be great, yeah.
But I just, you know, I just want to make sure that we're mindful that even, especially, as a matter of fact, especially since it is going to be 4 years, that we already are teeing up what's next, at least.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the transit-oriented development.
Absolutely. And to that, I mean, I don't want to interrupt, but TOD is not just the facility on top of the station, but it's what 5 Points will do in order to spur on individual private investment in the area. We've got billions of dollars in private investment already lined up for that space. So, you know, TOD is not just directly on our facility. It's within the corridor, and we're very excited about what kind of economic development is happening there. To the point about how long a project takes, I mean, in our case, even just the environmental process itself is up to 2 years. So, you know, to start and finish in 5 is impressive. So I take your point, and we'll.
I mean, so I'm sure they did lots of planning and development ahead of time, but I'm talking about the construction.
Gotcha.
It was up and at 'em.
Yeah.
Real quick, like it made a major different look in that area.
And there was something else I was going to say, just to set your mind at ease on, but it's escaped me, so we'll come back to it.
But, you know, and I do agree. I agree that, you know, TLD is more than just the actual spot on. It's the whole surrounding area. And I'm glad to hear about the billion that you're speaking about in infusion that'll happen in that area, because it's much needed, and I'm excited about it. I think that should be something fun. It's an area that I don't use much, and I would love to. So that sounds great. Also want to talk about, well, you know for sure that I'm interested in TOD for Campbellton Road. We don't want to ever have you at that podium and me not say the word Campbellton Road. Okay, so
I'm sure I said it earlier, just to preempt.
You did. Okay, so speaking of, you were bringing me to my question. You did speak of it, and when you started speaking about the Marta project cost, I looked for the list that you spoke of, and I didn't see the actual project cost anywhere, but I saw a whole lot of numbers surrounding them throughout, but not the project cost that you mentioned. Is there a slide that shows the project cost for each of the projects?
I believe
In this
so.
packet?
Not in this packet. No, I'm giving you my knowledge based on our 10-year outlook budget. Yeah, this what I gave you is a snapshot of the 2025 budget. So the point of my comment was, even though you saw Campbellton Road listed as number 4 in next year's spend, it ranks up there in the top 2 or 3 in the overall spend.
Okay, so so that I heard you and you said 300 million.
Yes.
Okay, so of course my head says 317.
Okay.
But you know that's 17 million that's missing there. But I would definitely. I just want to make sure we keep top of mind what the project costs are for each one of them.
Well, that's the point. And
I know it varies depending on how much things are costing when they're
things
actually.
get more expensive, or we're able to get creative and find efficiencies. So the bottom line is we are committed to partnering and funding a completion of the project.
Yeah.
So and we can take the conversation offline, but wherever that number goes, we have to complete the project.
Okay. All right. So speaking of that, though, I would like the project costs of all the projects. You know, if we could just get that,
that exists.
snapshot.
Yeah.
Because when you said it, I was looking. I just didn't see it anymore.
Yeah. No, there's a larger document that talks about estimate at completion. Estimate is the term, estimate at completion for all of our projects. So we'll get that to you.
So now on to the bus network redesign. I got the update. When we first did the survey back, I don't know, maybe a year ago or so, when we first started asking about our priorities in our communities where bus redesign is concerned. And let me look at your verbiage to make sure that I'm getting this right, because the things that we need to be concerned about with the bus network redesign are frequency of how often a bus comes, correct?
Right.
Location, where the stops are actually located, right? And during my interviews about the bus network redesign, I said then, and I continue to say, that a population like in District 11 that require public transportation, depend on it to get to work, and to school and to the grocery store, because it's not one on the corner, they don't have the luxury of choosing between frequency and location. And I said that last year, and I'm going to have to continue to say that's a non-starter for me in totally engulfing the bus network redesign for my district, because it is at a place where people are going to get left behind. And people that need it the most, the ones that need it the most. The reason that public transportation really should be a thing, I think. So when looking at the bus network redesign, during our conversation, and shout out to Betty, because I think she's phenomenal, she talked about that equity lens and how she assured me that that is something that was extremely important.
Absolutely.
I just want to say out loud as often as possible that we can never let go of the equity lens. Like, it is something that has to stay top of mind.
The equity lens is the part of the reason that we're taking as long as we are. We had a draft design, took a look at it, it had incorporated a lot of the stakeholder comments, but when we looked at it, there were tweaks required to make sure that we didn't inadvertently and disproportionately affect marginalized communities. So that's the whole Title VI analysis. That's a large part of the reason that we've stopped, going back to the drawing board, making sure that we don't offend in that way.
Yeah, and even when I look at this, your again, the slides, the bus network redesign, and how much is this whole project again? Did you say 42 million?
Yes.
Okay, 42 million.
42.6.
42 million is a nice chunk. You know, that's a big amount of money, funding, and this page is not adequate in relaying what we're doing with the bus network
No,
at all.
Absolutely not. But
Okay.
I'm given a set amount of time to get into the quarter and what we've been doing. This bus network redesign has been the subject of weeks, 8-hour sessions for anyone that's interested, and we've done that on 2 or 3 rounds already. So, no, I didn't intend to give you an 8-hour session on what bus network redesign is. I just wanted to give you an update on where it's going. I gave you a website to get you connected to all the work that's been done in the
Which I
past.
did.
And there's a lot more than
Yeah, so
than what's
I'm
here.
dredging through that, and I'm going to spend more time
Okay.
with this. But even this little snapshot that you guys put right here, it
What's that?
cuts off this high ridership. Like, it stops at like Mount Gilead, and so half of my district isn't even on this snapshot.
Are you talking about the map?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just a graphic. It's not a
We should
technical
not put
document.
graphics on here that doesn't show everything, or it just looks like when you say bus network redesign and then it cuts off the people that need the bus,
Yeah, no.
that doesn't look good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. But anyway, so I can't express enough, though, how important it is that we get this bus network redesign right. During our conversation, it was expressed that a lot of the issues with having to choose is around density, which I understand that, I do, because a lot of my district is single-family home zones, right? And there are a lot of areas where buses are really needed in high-density areas, apartments, condos, or right, like, say, Old Fourth Ward. It's very dense. What I am concerned about is areas with single-family home zones. A lot of them don't have either economic development or true employment centers. So we have to keep those things in mind, that a lot of times some of those riders, most of those riders in the single-family home zones are absolutely trying to get to work and their doctor's appointments and necessity type appointments. Okay? So I will say, from being on the regional board, I have found that while ridership is returning back after COVID, finally, it's a slow tick. The main winner right now is micromobility. That's who's winning. That's where the real numbers are rising quickly. And I do understand that due to the Niski Lake shutdown a year ago, that we've been using that micromobility for that area. And I did tell your team that I was open to try to get this word out about this bus network redesign, to figure out who is open to the micromobility and how that would work with frequency or lack thereof, or stops, or changes in stops or lack thereof. So I'm willing to put in some work to figure out where, because I don't really ride the bus over there in a regular, that's just, I have a car and I don't ride the bus. So I can't really speak wholeheartedly for that entire population, but I don't want to take away anything that anyone needs. So I'll be sure to work with you to make sure that we're holding on to the things that are needed the most.
So thank you, Councilmember. That's been the request of Marta for the last couple of years, to make sure that everyone gets on board. We've had constituent meetings, 4-hour meetings. We've had stakeholder 4-hour meetings. Very important. And while we had an initial target date, we said it's not about the date, it's about the process, making sure that all voices are heard. Not too late. Please make sure that all voices are heard. I will also say, though, that this is a entire bus network redesign. We're not building a network for this area and a different network for this area and a different network for this area. So enter the complexity of a 40-year redesign that has to be all things to all places. We have finite resources, so we can't have, on the one hand, we all want a return to high ridership, and we know that density and frequency is what does that, but we can't have 100% high ridership and have 100% accessibility, or where the stops are placed, reach, if you will. So that is the balancing act that this whole process is meant to address. And we have a huge service area to consider in landing on a final product.
Okay, and that's what scares me.
Yeah, it's a big task.
Just so you know, that scares me, because I just can't stand the thought of leaving anyone behind that needs transportation.
Understood.
That really, it gives me heartburn.
As we stand, the existing network leaves some people behind. So that's a fact of life. Some people are currently left behind, and maybe this redesign will improve their situation. But at the end of the day, with limited, finite resources, you and I will agree that we can't have it all. So that's why this conversation is brutally important.
Okay. Well, okay. I guess at this point, I just have to leave it for now and, keep at it.
All right, thank you.
For sure. And I'm going to, like I said, continue to look at the information that you're put out, and I'm going to try to reach out to all of my constituents, especially those that are tied to Marta for necessity, and really try to figure out how we can better help them.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that, and would urge all council members to do the same.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Next we have Councilmember Lewis, then Councilmember Barker.
Well, thank you, CEO Greenwood, for the work you've been doing so much. When I saw the photos of the bus stop amenities, if you could have chose any stop in my area that you've done and it looks this clean, so I want to say I appreciate that service. Keep it going. If there's any more funding for that, we have a few more stops. And what I've noticed is that because of the increase in ridership, more folks are actually riding the bus in the areas. So I have more people standing outside, standing up at the sticks in the ground in places that they used to not be. And so I'll be adding these to the collection that you've already received from us. So we need more of this in our district. The engagement from Marta previous to this meeting helped us out for a lot of our meetings, a lot of our conversation around the changes to our buses. And the change I mean in District 12 is the 42 and the 55, the 42 to Pryor Road, 55 to Jonesboro Road. We spoke about a public engagement similar to similar to Metropolitan Cleveland Avenue, in which we put out yard signs for the folks, and we invited people out to ask any question they could about Marta. And you said you were going to look at putting a person on the bus to kind of talk about the new changes coming. So we need that in our area. Bus 42 and bus 55 in particular, if we can not guarantee we can get somebody on that bus or do a public engagement strategy similar to the Cleveland and Metropolitan. The last thing I wanted to speak about was when we talked about top projects for fiscal year 2025, the number 3 project is Cleveland Ave Metropolitan ART, and it was not in the updates this time. And so I haven't been updated on it as much as I would like to now, because I know we paused because there was only one bidder.
Right.
And so if you can give me an update on that, and if you can add it back to this.
Okay.
Because it's getting done. That's a shovel that should be in the ground really soon.
Yep.
I know that that we were able to move it ahead in the schedule, but I want to get it done now. Thank you so much for delivering the projects you've been delivering. But this is a huge deal to us, and I know we've spoken about how we were going to get it done, so let's try to get this project done.
We're continuing to move on all fronts. Again, it's a limited time frame, but to present everything that we're doing, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of all the work that's happening. Thank you for recognizing.
No problem, and thank you as well to the MARTA staff in District 12. I've been getting some really good calls about bus 42 and bus 78. So the drivers on bus 42 and 78 are taking care of our folks. Thank you again.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Leon.
Thank you. I'm not on the Transportation Committee, but it always looks like so much fun that I thought I'd just pop in.
Welcome in.
Thank you. No, I've actually been wanting to come for the MARTA report for quite some time, and I always miss it. So I thought I would sit in today. I just had a couple of quick questions.
Sure.
When thumbing through the report, I mean, you have a lot of free time, huh? So, but no, I just want to thank you so much for coming here. A couple questions. One, ridership Southeast Atlanta. Obviously, my district probably has, careful there, Alex. My district probably has the most MARTA, probably one of the districts, the highest number of MARTA stations there. An opportunity for ridership, but our ridership is practically dead. So would love to find out with MARTA, but I mean, I've never been on Transportation Committee. We haven't had to work together a whole lot.
Okay.
But would like to, I'm working with your team right now on some foodscape projects. They've been fantastic. Obviously, with something like, with King Memorial right there and having March On, having the ability for someone to walk over and get fresh produce.
Right.
Trying the same thing at the East Lake Station.
Yep.
Trying to think of anything that might help increase ridership. So would love to meet with your team to have a better understanding, because obviously density and ridership goes hand in hand. And hearing from my constituents about density, but then their unwillingness to get on a MARTA, like to get on a train, is baffling to me. So would like to have a better understanding of numbers in Southeast Atlanta. If there's a time to reach out just to have a better understanding.
Absolutely. We'll make a connection.
Thank you. Obviously, again, with the density piece, just wanting to say that I know that right now we do not meet federal requirements for population for federal funding, and that's why I'm excited to hear about the infill stations. And so was also hoping CROG obviously sits in my district, and between Council District 2 and 5. And so is there a way to get an understanding of where that would be? My district's already asking for like mock-up questions. Can we get additional information, or is that not yet ready?
Well, we can, in terms of conceptually where the stations will be, we can absolutely provide that to you. And I'm not sure if we, I think we've already published something. I'm not sure if we've circulated it publicly. It's been for internal discussions, but we can have an internal discussion about conceptually where, CROG Halsey would be placed.
Would greatly appreciate it.
And I mean, a general clue is that, it's connected to the existing heavy rail line. So we know there's not a lot of latitude that, that we can place it, but just where it is, I guess in this case, on the north-south longitude, latitude, we can get that to you.
That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. Thank you. Wanted to also ask, is Marta still facing a backlog also with your bus shelters? I know that
No, we're
fabrication. That's all
right.
caught.
Right. We had an earlier slide, but we are. I think we're about like 15 shelters away from being complete. So we've caught up, largely caught up. I can, and as a matter of fact, I think I have that right here. So in order to meet the 255-year plan, we need to have 98 installed this year.
Okay.
Of those 98, 67 are already installed. 9 of them are under construction, so we only have 17 left in permitting and 5 in design. So those 22 are what's left in terms of completion.
And I believe that it's in this, and I was thumbing through, I managed to miss that.
Oh, yeah,
page,
no,
so I
no problem.
apologize.
No problem.
In terms of being able to submit for more bus shelters, is that still an opportunity to do so, and is there a process in place?
We haven't made we have not yet made a formal commitment, but when this 5-year program comes to its conclusion, we are absolutely open to finding ways to continuing to provide this level of service. We would, of course, have to prioritize based on boardings and locations, and and consider also the bus network redesign and where things will end up. But we're not precluded from continuing to provide some level of service in that regard.
Thank you, but there are some areas just where I have a higher level of senior ridership where there currently isn't
Sure.
seats, and these
Makes
are
sense.
individuals that are experiencing disabilities of sorts. So I just wanted to ask about that. And forgive me, because I have not been on Transportation Committee, I am not as familiar with things as I should be. And I was curious, with the board currently as it stands, do we have requirements that require board members to have any level of transportation expertise? We have these with base appointments where if we're appointing people to certain boards around tax allocation districts or around the UDC or anything of that nature, a person might need to be a lawyer in real estate. Someone might need to have expertise in historical design. Do we have any of those current requirements when it comes to the MARTA board?
No, and it's more of it's a qualitative review of what skill sets we have on the board, and then of course the individual members are appointed by jurisdictional leaders. So each jurisdictional leader has that full decision-making power about who they send to the MARTA board. But what you'll find in the existing MARTA board is a broad spectrum of skill sets and experiences that come to bear on the decisions that we, the transit professionals and experts, already have. So far more important for me to have someone with a broader skill set for giving me advice and asking me the right questions than to have more transit folks. We've got a lot of really good transit folks on the MARTA staff. So long answer, but the short answer is there's no prerequisite that I'm aware of that they must be transit experts in that regard.
Thank you.
And I will say, based on the amount of time they spend on the MARTA file and in the job, they do develop a level of expertise. They are hands-on. They come with us when we're going to site visits. A couple of them drove the new train, quite frankly, in terms of getting that hands-on and learning the business. So, if you were to ask me at the end of a 5-year stint if they have a level of transit expertise, I would say absolutely they do.
Kind of like a baptism by fire, similar to that of council.
Yes.
Understood. So the other question I wanted to ask also is about, this came to me, it's my last question, and I will hand it off to my colleagues. Some of my visually impaired constituents have stated that, and I wanted to ask if this was true. They stated that a letter from a doctor is not typically enough to get the waivers necessary or whatever is necessary from MARTA, that there's also a requirement that even with a doctor's note that people still come in and take, I guess, a mobility test of sorts.
Oh, yeah. There's an eligibility department for MARTA mobility. And so it's important that you have a checkpoint to make sure that everyone that's using mobility, we have 3,524 registered mobility, we have 11,230 mobility registrants, and 3,500 of them are in City of Atlanta. So yeah, we do have to make sure that all of those registrants are are vetted. The doctor's note is a part of the vetting process. I can't speak personally to the level of detail that goes beyond that, but I would expect that a doctor's note is a part of the process.
I guess my question was, they stressed the difficulties of them to attend and felt a level of ableism, and so I wanted to ask, because I do not know the process. And of course, as you stated, being the expert, if there's a way that you could share that process with me, I would not be doing my due diligence as their representative if I didn't better understand.
We've done tours of the eligibility office and, the various assessments that we do, so we'll absolutely share all that with you.
Thank you, because just so I could better understand as to why a doctor's note may not suffice, and there's more to it. So I will gladly await the 20 million emails I've now requested from you. But I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I yield.
Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greenwood, I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate the comment that you made earlier about when you came in to the position, there was an eagerness to want and need to act and move. And Clifton Corridor, we're ready for you. We ready. Anytime you're ready to move, we are ready. And since the last time you came and presented to us, I think there have been two significant developments. The one being the announcement of Armour Yards as an infill station prospect, I think, which further enhances the viability of the Clifton Corridor. And then also, there was a hugely successful job fair in Councilmember Dozier's district, jointly between the City of Atlanta and Emory, that was really well attended, but I think really demonstrated and underscored how that's the Clifton Corridor is the largest employment center within the City of Atlanta, and there's appetite, again, to what Councilmember Collier Overstreet said earlier too, about people just needing connections and access to that. I wanted to make sure I understood the budget numbers for FY25 regarding the Clifton Corridor. I believe on page 11 it shows $5 million. And then on page 14 it shows kind of the cumulative amount to date. And for that particular project, cumulative to date through FY24 is $5.3 million. So is that a signal of some significant movement? Because you're basically going to be doubling it within the next 12 months. And what is the status of that? Where are we at? I know there was talk about the schedule being community engagement meetings for the LPA, potentially advancing it to the board in September. Just what kind of update can you give us on that?
Correct. I'm going to ask our Chief Capital Officer, Carrie Rocha, to come up and speak a little bit more about Clifton. You said it right. We recognize it as a very important employment corridor. We've had a lot of conversations with Emory staff and other stakeholders to make sure that we're all aligned and continue to press the importance of this as one of our finest transit projects. For an update, I'll ask Carrie to fill you in.
Good morning, Carrie Rocha, Chief Capital Officer for Marta. Councilmember Juan, so we are progressing with moving the LPA forward, right? And as we've discussed also with Emory, we do plan to bring that in the fall of this year. We are also starting talks with CSX, right? And as we know, that corridor is really reliant on the acquisition of that property and a permanent easement there. So we are starting that work, and then we will continue to do some of the early NEPA work. One of the big deals here is that this is a new starts project. New starts projects will require us to have a firm deadline of when we enter PD to when we receive a CIG grant, and we have to complete that work in 2 years. So we don't want to go in there too early because we know we have that very firm deadline, and as much work as we can do now before we enter PD, we will do that.
But so far, everything seems to be continuing on the original timeline that y'all had mentioned at the last presentation. And everything with CSX is at least going comfortably well, right?
That is correct. So we did receive, we have to go to FTA before we can have any of those acquisition discussions. We had permission, we do have permission now from FTA to have those negotiations with CSX. So we're kind of picking them up from the early discussions that we had with CSX. Now we can get really down to the nitty gritty in our negotiation with them.
I appreciate the update. Again, Mr. Greenwood, I mean, as you're talking about the entire network, bus, rail, transit, everything, it is about getting people to where they need to get to. And, one of the things, again, in District 6 and the Clifton Corridor, it's getting the workforce to the work location. So I appreciate everything y'all can do to continue moving this forward.
Thank you, Ken.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I know our council president normally do the courtesy of waiting to everyone on the committee has asked their questions. So I have a few, then you can wrap us up. Just like Councilmember Overstreet, don't want you at this podium without mentioning the words of Vine City Station and Ashby Street Station. Did we learn anything from the work that we completed at the airport that could help us faster complete the work at 5 Points?
I mean, you always have to learn something from everything you do. I would say in terms of the first couple of days of engagement, I spoke to this earlier, it's about making sure that our boots on the ground have a preconceived notion of what some of the questions are going to be, and making sure that we have a preconceived notion of what proactive customer service is. In other words, you know, anyone that uses the service, if you show up there with a suitcase, you realize that we're there to take it from you and load it on the bus. So, but those were learned activities in terms of accommodation. So out of the get-go, when we do our other projects, we will be stronger and smarter right from the beginning. But I also said that this was a flawlessly executed program in terms of the work that was done and the accommodation. So it makes it difficult to draw lessons. But what I will say is we are committed to not making mistakes on the job as much as possible, and we will continue to. One of the things we did learn is working with the stakeholders before we actually get to work, working with our peers at the airport, making sure we understood what their objectives were and what their fears and hopes and concerns were. That, again, we did that, and to our surprise, to our pleasure, you know, we benefited from that. So that means we will apply the same lens to the subsequent projects.
I'm glad to hear that, because that takes me to my next question. A couple of us heard that during that time, there may have been some outsourcing for the MARTA drivers to build that bridge between the stations.
Yeah.
With 5 Point closing down, are we going to ensure we work with the unions to ensure that we keep our MARTA employers working and not outsourcing?
We want them. Like the only reason we went to an outsourced service was because you know, to everyone's understanding, this is the world's busiest airport. We could not offer a service that was less than stellar to anyone using transit. And B, we are struggling with up to 25% absence rate from our bus drivers. So when we figure out a way to get around that, and we are working with the union, we are working with, it's not just the union, it's operational management as well. We've got some reorganization, some restructuring, some changes in personnel, and some tough discussions with our union. I want nothing more than to have the union in full service of the services that we provide. But more than that, I have an obligation to the public. So if we can do it just in-house, we will. If we have to go outside, I'm not, you know, opposed to that.
But thank you. I know that was a concern of Councilmember Overstreet as well. And also, she asked for an update or on the more MARTA money. When can we expect that?
Sorry, on the audit or on the
well, we wanted an audit a couple of months ago. But
yeah.
The breakdown on the actual monies for more MARTA.
Yeah, that's in there. That's the program spending 15. I believe it's 15.
But she asked for something very specific. And I'm
yes. Yeah, that's the EAC for the full cost of the projects. Yeah, we'll get that.
When can we expect it?
Next week.
We'll be looking for it next week.
Or thereabouts.
We'll be looking for it next week.
All right.
And last but not least, as we are doing all of this build out, moving, changing, moving things around, just a suggestion, we do some small house cleaning. Ashby Street no longer exists, but the MARTA station is still named that. GWCC, CNN, Phillips, we're going to leave that where it is. Also possible Bankhead as well. So when will we start the process to updating our names on our stations?
There, you know, we've already began conversations internally about naming conventions and how we ensure that we abide by them as we move forward. So no end date on that right now. It really is about collecting opinions and internally coming up with our strategic direction and then starting to engage our stakeholders.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Greenwood. I want to start out with a compliment. I think that the airport station closure and reopening process was extremely well executed. There was a lot of concern from people who were calling my office about that, and I think that it was over the expectations that a lot of people had, and so well done. Thank you for that. I have a few different kinds of questions to work through on the presentation. The ridership question, according to your FY25 budget, only about 12.5% of your revenue is going to come from tickets, in essence, from ridership revenue. So it's not the vast majority. It's obviously significant. It's material. Given the ridership recovery that we're seeing, has there been continued discussion to reduced or free fare models or certain populations of free fare models? I mean, this seems like the moment that should be front of consideration as a way to change the overall dynamic of ridership and pricing. Has that something that you've been contemplating?
You know, there have been discussions about, you know, free ridership, if you will, or free fares. But, you know, the comment I keep coming back to is it's never free. Someone is paying for it. It's, you know, the drivers have wages, the vehicles cost money, all the overheads remain. And so it's about how we find alternate funding that would replace that of the revenue ridership. Pre-COVID, revenue ridership was about 20% of our overall intake. It dropped down to 10%. As you say, we're back up to 12.5, and that continues to increase. So it's a significant amount of money. And so we would have to find a replacement for it somewhere else. The other thing is, I will say that we still need a method of making sure that Marta has an overall understanding of where people are coming from and where people are going, origins and destinations. The fare box is one of our best opportunities to figure out where people are getting on and getting off. And we also recognize that, you know, there's a percentage of our riders that if fares were not an issue may feel inclined to nest on the vehicles for a very long time, all day. And our policy of making sure that one pays a fare before they return is something that also allows us to say, you know, you can't spend that much time on the vehicle. You have to have a destination, and you have to leave the service at that point. So those are the three things that rattle around in conversation about free fares, to be frank. And so we haven't taken it out of that venue yet, but those are the things that would have to be considered in a conversation down the road.
Yeah, and that's fair. I guess on the first one, I guess I have a little bit different take of what's happening with the market. It's not that the same number of people are riding and they're only riding 50% of the time. As you said, the big shift here has been certain people are not riding anymore who were riding, either because they've changed their pattern, because they're working from home, or they've changed their pattern for some other reason. And I guess the issue is I don't look at it as a one-to-one as much as if you actually change the fare structure, and again, maybe it's for certain populations, maybe it's for certain destinations, maybe it's for certain zones, but would you change their habits so that then they would say, oh, you know what, instead of not riding anymore, now I'm going to go back to riding because the price dynamic has changed. So
that's very possible.
Yeah. I think there's another side to this, which is in essence a bit of a loss leader to change habits maybe in some way.
Some incentivized fares and what, yeah, and we are looking at that. We're talking about students, we're talking about seniors, and youth. We did have the youth free fare program that the mayor had put in over the summer. So lots to learn from those initiatives.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of those things are things that this particular moment, as we see this slow return, this is a ripe time for innovation. Second question, I know in some public meetings there was discussion of the latest update to the streetcar extension design coming back April 30th from some of the consultants. I wonder if that did come back, and if it did, can you share some of the insights that may have come out of that? I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it myself. I know that there was a preliminary submission that had to go back to the presenters because it was more of a review of the issues without a level of recommendation that would have been useful. So that is still in the works, I believe, and we're probably weeks away from having something come back.
Okay. Third, just looking at your FY25 budget that was presented, and I don't want to get into your overall budget. The question is really around Atlanta service. But the labor line overall was relatively flat. The overtime line was relatively flat year over year. I'm wondering how those budgets relate to changes in service that we can expect in FY25. Do we expect the same level of service? Do we expect the same level of headways? Kind of set the expectation for Atlanta, given that those are relatively flat.
We're expecting more service than we actually experienced in FY24. So while the budget remains relatively flat, the actual achievement in our estimated conclusion FY24 fell, I think it's something like 8 million miles short of our budget. So while the budgeting remains the same, the fact that it remains the same is a reflection of our confidence that we are actually going to increase the level of service.
And that foots with some of the concerns that I've heard from constituents about canceled routes
Absolutely.
or things running later than expected.
Going back to the 25% absenteeism is a big part of that.
That's right.
Yeah.
So my question is, how is it going to change? What do you expect is going to be tactically better to make that different in FY20?
Right, yeah, so it really is the absenteeism at this point, and I spoke earlier about the things that we're doing to address that, both on the management side and on the union side. That's the answer. Some of the projects that you're hearing about are actually going to generate more ridership. So we even if we did nothing, we really need to have a service that meets the existing ridership, let alone accommodate the expansion. So those are the tactics that we'll be using.
Okay. More MARTA infill stations. The mayor had an interview and talked about some of the potential funding strategies, and he mentioned more MARTA. Is it your expectation that more MARTA is going to be tapped for the infill stations?
At this point, what I will say is funding for the infill stations we're at the investigation stage. I'm looking for local, state, federal funds, anything that we can get our hands on collectively to move this forward. I've made no mention or to the pro or to the con about any individual source.
And it's my understanding that it is possible to use more MARTA funding because some of the infills were complicated in the original project list, and thus they, in essence, are potentially on the table as a more MARTA project. Correct. Is that correct?
That's
that a fair way? Okay. Just looking at your budget documents again, and there are a couple of pages that have projections out for more MARTA into future years, capital expenditures, bond expenditures. Mm-hmm. There are anticipated bonds in FY 27, 28, 29, and 30, bond proceeds. So I assume that's another bond issuance, which we've talked about before in the Transportation Committee. What caught my eye was that capital expenditures were going to end on that same chart in FY 31. So that in essence, all of the capital, those bonds in essence would be for more MARTA, that the capital in essence ends in FY 31. My question is it a fair assumption to say that the projects that we're currently undergoing as the priorities would be done by FY 30, would largely be done by FY 31?
Largely, yes.
Okay, and that's in essence the 7 priority projects.
Correct.
So as long as we don't change those and things run on schedule, just again, the budget anticipation is that there's another bond issuance to help get those across the finish line, and that those 7 are done by FY 31.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go to page 11 real quick of the presentation and just try to square it up to page 14. This goes back to Councilmember Overstreet's questions a little bit. I just want to pick out 4 projects and ask whether or not in FY25 they're going to move to the next stage of development. Because the page 14 shows stages of development, but only through 24. So for Cleveland Avenue, is that construction, Cleveland Avenue Metropolitan, is that construction anticipated to start in FY25?
Carrie,
or
do you have
still
that?
in design?
Yeah, I'll ask Carrie to get into
sure,
the
of course.
details with that.
Hi, President Shipman. The Cleveland Metropolitan Project right now, we are looking at with the City of Atlanta, and one of the things with one single bid that came in 3 times what we anticipated, we realized that there could be some things that could make this bid more attractive to contractors. So we are looking at putting some flat work, some sidewalks, ADA ramps, and curb work from the city with their funding, their own separate funding within this bid to make it much more attractive and more competitive. So for that project, we do plan to put it out to bid, I'd say this fall, by this fall. And so will we be in construction by FY25? I think we could be in that final quarter of the fiscal year.
Okay. Campbellton Road, are we going to get to the design phase in FY25?
That is another one. We will be approaching the Marta board very soon to ask for permission to solicit for a final designer. I anticipate that's going to be probably our July PCP committee.
Okay. Streetcar East, are we going to get to right away in FY25?
We will not in
Still be in
FY.
design.
Correct.
Okay. And Clifton Corridor, are we going to get to design in FY25?
No, we will not in FY25.
All right. That's helpful. Thank you. Last, I just want to return to 5 Point Station for a minute. I want to make sure we give credit where credit is due. So I'm going to ask a very precise question. Currently, is transit-oriented development available on top of 5 Points, or is what is happening with the transformation actually allowing TOD to occur?
That's a great question. Currently, there is no possibility for it, but with what we're doing, that we create the possibility for a phased TOD on top of the station.
Okay. And the TOD that could go on top of the station, could it go on top of the actual new canopy? I mean, obviously you can't put it on the canopy, but could it go on top of that area, or is it only off to the sides of that area?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you could come back on that, that'd
Sure,
be great.
yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of interest in TOD and exactly what is the potential for TOD after the transformation is complete. Just to return to the closure issue for a moment, this is one of the things that I get the most calls about. And I would take a moment to say, I think the closure is too long, period. I think 4 years with a slide open for the World Cup is not of service to our riders. And I think we have to take a moment and realize that, as you said, for the bus network redesign, we stopped that and went back to the process in order for equity to be considered. And so we do have an example of saying, hey, wait a minute, there is some overall impact that is much more important than just making progress. Because you can make the same criticism in the bus redesign. You can say, hey, Marta was being criticized for not getting things done. Bus redesign's got to, plow through the wall and not, take a pause. But the decision was made to make a pause because there was something bigger in equity. I think that a 4-year closure with a small open is too much. And I think while I have been in your position where architects tell you this is the way it's got to be, I would push back extremely hard on that, because the airport station and the way that you've done it, to me, is very smart. Close it for a portion, leave it open for a lot. Close it for a portion, leave it open for a lot. A 4-year closure, I think, is just too much of a price to pay.
And I know you're aware, but just, for everyone listening, that closure does not apply to the main component of people using 5 Point Station. So the rail service, north, south, east, and west, continues throughout the whole time frame. We're talking about pedestrian access into the station. So just, for
thank you for the clarification.
Place setting.
Yes.
Airport was a good example, bus network redesign is a good example of Marta doing what we can inside of our control to make sure that we get it right. 5 Points is no different. We're making sure that we get it right. We're allotting the time it takes to get it right. If, as we've done in other projects, we find efficiencies along the way that allow us to shorten the window or temporarily reopen the window, we will absolutely be doing that. But as it stands and the information we've gotten from the experts, this is the timeline. So I would be remiss to come here with any other timeline than the one that I can rely on. But I can promise you this, is that we will continue to look for efficiencies in the process.
And I appreciate that, and I would simply end by noting there will continue to be, from residents and riders, an enormous amount of consternation over this timeline as it sits. I appreciate, and I really do, I appreciate the transparency on it, because I think you've been very open about it. I appreciate all the plans to let people know about it, but the fundamental issue is I just have to disagree with the approach. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, comment, concerns? Thank you, sir.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, taking a deep breath and coming out of halftime. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is communication.
Item number 1, 24C5073, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report for aviation capital projects.
Good afternoon. Perfect. Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Kathy McCauley. I'm one of the performance auditors who worked on this audit, along with Dwayne Braithwaite, Brandy Bell, Tiaja Sherman, and Chris Armstead. I will be presenting the work performed and the results of the Aviation Capital Projects audit. We undertook this audit following a request by City Council to address concerns about unsatisfactory conditions at a newly renovated airport police precinct. We would like to thank the airport general manager and his team for their cooperation and unwavering effort to understand and address our concerns. This audit addressed the following objectives: our transactional level internal controls designed and functioning to ensure that payments to construction contractors and design consultants are properly supported and allowable, our change orders and charges against allowances and contingencies properly supported, reviewed, and approved. To gain an understanding of the ATL Next program, we tested the implementation of project management controls on 4 projects, 3 randomly selected projects, and the 2020 police precinct renovation requested by City Council. We also reviewed standard operating procedures for the ATL Next program to assess overall control design for design bid build and design bid projects. ATL Next program, with capital projects totaling $7.2 billion, is managed by Aviation's Bureau of Planning and Development. Staff are responsible for managing the design and construction of significant expansion, renovation, and maintenance of projects at the airport. Planning and development functions as a service provider, collaborating with other aviation business units and city stakeholders to support project implementation. This is Exhibit 4 on page 6 of the report, which shows the project lifecycle approval phases. Planning and development staff use detailed policies and procedures to manage capital projects within the ATL Next program. Aviation's policies span a project's lifecycle from project initiation to closeout. The phases are broken out into planning, design, and construction. These phases allow staff to assess performance and approve project budgets, schedules, and funding. Each step in the life cycle requires approval from the Project Approval Committee to proceed to the project's next phase. The Project Approval Committee serves as a forum for the team to communicate project status and authorize project activities. Planning and development staff use multiple systems to store and review project documentation and track activity across the different life cycles. We randomly selected 3 projects for review in addition to the police precinct refresh project to determine whether program-related controls identified in the department's procedures were implemented and effective. This exhibit is shown on page 21 of the report.
Audit methods included interviewing staff and reviewing program procedures to assess overall control design on projects against industry best practices. We also tested the implementation of project management controls on 4 projects. 3 were randomly selected along with the police precinct refresh project. We reviewed project documentation from 2017 to 2023. A complete list of project controls we tested is shown in Appendix B on page 63 of the report. We tested these controls to identify whether planning and development staff have measures in place to mitigate potential project risks. The project elements we reviewed are organizational framework, which included startup and project activation activities, scope and change management, which included construction changes and work allowance authorizations and design change. Cost and financial management, including planning, design, and construction invoice review and approval. Schedule management, included as part of the ongoing project management review. Risk management, included as part of the ongoing project management review. Quality management, which included design oversight and construction oversight, and safety management. In addition to identifying total costs spent on the police precinct refresh project, we also reviewed the design and implementation of controls within the ATL Next program. Overall, ATL Next procedures mostly aligned with capital project management best practices, but we identified minor gaps in control in 5 of the 10 areas of the capital project procedural framework. Although we found the design of controls for the ATL Next program was consistent with best practices overall, we identified minor exceptions regarding the application of capital project controls during our testing. Most controls over project management in areas such as project activation, payment application processing, and financial management were present and functioning as intended. Supporting documentation existed to validate the initiation and activation stages of a project. Most invoices we reviewed contained support and required approvals, and staff followed procedures for task order requirements. However, we found that planning and development staff did not consistently maintain required project documentation. Current practice did not always match written policies, and staff should make improvements to safety management, project changes, and closeout controls to mitigate potential risks. This is Exhibit 5 on page 13 of the report, which is a capital projects procedural framework developed by PricewaterhouseCoopers. We reviewed ATL Next procedures in comparison to these best practices for capital project management throughout planning, design, and execution and testing and turnover. The procedures address most best practices for the project elements across the various phases, but minor gaps are color-coded in a darker shade of purple. Overall, we found policies were consistent with best practices throughout a project's life cycle. However, we identified minor gaps in controls over the organizational framework, cost financial management, schedule management, quality management, and safety management elements. The gray elements were outside of our scope. The police precinct renovations in the airport's domestic terminal were completed in June 2021 and cost just over $1 million. The scope of work focused mainly on upgrading the precinct's interior space. The police precinct in the airport's atrium is located beneath the Marta station. Renovations included replacing ceiling grids and tiles, adding new lighting fixtures, and installing motion sensor light switches in the precinct's conference rooms and private offices, shown in Exhibit 1, the 2 photos on the left. According to police staff, an incident in late 2022 involving a MARTA train resulted in damage to the newly renovated precinct. Planning and development staff told us that MARTA employees did not ensure the track area was free of debris, which caused water to collect and leak down into the precinct. We observed water damage to the ceilings and buckets used to capture and contain water, shown in Exhibit 3, the 2 photos on the right. Because the precinct is located under an operating rapid transit system, it is likely to need continuous maintenance and repairs. These are examples of instances where sampled projects aligned with best practices. We found ATL Next has planning controls in place that proactively manage costs and schedules. Staff used project information packages as source documents for reporting scope, schedule, budget, and funding information for all projects from initiation through closeout. We also found that staff incorporate safety requirements within contract terms that contractors submit for review and approval prior to beginning construction activities. We found that the design phase requires project team members to conduct technical reviews of design submittals to ensure the project scope, schedule, and budget are maintained, and design standards and criteria are followed. Policies also call for the project scope to be communicated and tracked throughout a project's life cycle. Scope changes are not to occur unless formal approval is obtained. We found that planning and development staff have procedures that establish approvals for construction changes and project allowances. Procedures also exist to confirm that payment applications are processed according to contract terms. Change management procedures exist that provide the project team with guidelines for managing design and construction changes and related approvals. These are examples of instances where sampled projects need small adjustments to align with best practices. ATL Next's current value engineering practices are not fully documented in written procedures. Staff use a design-to-cost methodology that triggers value engineering exercises when a project's design cost exceeds the established budget. But this practice is not documented in policy. Best practice recommends that capital project programs develop value engineering policies which ensure work is done cost efficiently. We also did not identify program policies covering training requirements for continuing education programs on construction safety. Best practices state that to minimize risk and ensure successful project management, continuing safety education and training programs should be required for agency supervisors and staff involved in capital construction programs. Planning and Development's written policies do not address mobilization or demobilization activities. Instead, these activities are specific to construction contracts. Although projects may be diverse in nature, policies that address minimum mobilization/demobilization activities could help ensure plans meet general contract requirements and are consistent across projects. When we assessed project risks on the sampled projects, we found opportunities to reduce risks with improvement to documented completion and retention, such as contractor safety and health plans and employee safety orientation training documents, project closeout documents, and documentation to support contract terms for work authorizations. We made 21 recommendations that mainly address updating policies and procedures to align with best practices and/or current practices. And this concludes our presentation. We would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't know if we have any questions, but as we prepare for questions, I do want to give the airport not an opportunity for rebuttal, but for clarification on anything that is presented in here if they would like to do so. Yeah. Yeah, or you may have already addressed some of these issues as well. So it's up to you. Don't know, but do we have any questions from? Oh, okay. So they would like to hear from the airport. So who will be speaking?
Good afternoon, Frank Rucker, Deputy General Manager of the airport. A couple of things. First of all, we do note that the report said we are, for the most part, have best practices within the industry. And I can tell you, as robust as our program is, and I've been around to a lot of different programs across the world, you know, we are performing what I see is very well. So, and I think the audit actually points that out. From a safety standpoint, you know, we always track safety. We always train our personnel on safety procedures. We are, so across the industry, in terms of reviewing the numbers, we have two metrics that the industry always looks at, one being what we call total recordable injury rate, TRIR, and this basically talks about the industries that are beyond first aid where medical attention is needed from a qualified provider. Now, from an industry standpoint, and that's a calculation, by the way, to actually get to that, is the number of incident time, 200,000 total number of incidents times 200,000 divided by the total number of employee hours worked in a year. So just as an example, the industry norm, the industry metric is 3.7. And in 2022, we had 1,671,824 total hours, labor hours worked. Our TRIR was 0.72. Again, the industry norm is 3.7. Ours is 0.72. In 23, it was 0.72. And currently, and that was based on 1,675,090 hours. And through May of 24, we are at a 1.42, so we're actually investigating where we are as is associated with that. So we see we're doing a very robust job in maintaining safety. There's also a metric we call recordable, what we call lost time injury rate, so TRIR, okay, and that's serious recordables where an employee misses days away from work. Again, that calculation is a number of lost time injuries times 200,000 divided by the total number of employee hours worked in a year. So the industry is about 1.2. In terms of lost hours, we are 22.24, 23.36, and through 24 May, we're 0.28. So we're well below the industry norms on that. So again, we say we're running one of the most safest programs that we've ever been around, and I think you go to the OSIP provider, they would say the same. We pretty much, we have agreed with the majority of the 21 recommendations, and we've already taken steps to incorporate those into the procedures. I will say that over the course of 20 years or 2 decades, we've completed about, the actual number is 466 and about 468 projects completed, which total over $8 billion. And I think it really is a testament to the people that are working on the program that we've actually been able to, maintain the integrity of the program over that period of time. And we are committed to basically incorporating the findings within the agreed upon findings within the program. So we have already taken steps to do so, and a number of those projects we've already incorporated. As it pertains to change management, I think we have a very robust procedure where whether it be allowances or use of contingency, we actually bring those projects forward or reviewed by senior staff. So from a AGM, assistant general manager, deputy general manager, as well as general manager sit and are presented what the recommended changes are. We assess, have all the documentation, and we either approve or disapprove those changes. The other thing, and I'll just be quick with this, we know we need to basically improve upon our closeout. We need to be more timely, so we're working on that. And as it deals with design and cost methodologies, the airport is a very dynamic environment. So, we feel as we go through, the development of the planning and design, and we actually require a cost estimate as we go through each incremental step, whether it be planning, 30%, 60%, 90% design. That's where we're locking down our price at 90% because we have to account for the logistics of doing work. Given the fact we maintain operations, we have to consider all the logistics. The inefficiencies of working at the airport is something that we have to consider. So we have to think about operations and how the phasing will affect the operations of the airport, thus the time it takes to actually do a project. So we think we have the best system that basically supports what we do in terms of development as well as operation. So any questions on that?
Any questions, comments? Okay, no questions, no comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Rucker, and no other questions for the auditors? No, none? Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, and I guess we just accept this, no? Okay, motion has been made to accept and file. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Thank you. And just a quick general comment. This boat may have sailed, but, you know, Mr. Rucker, thank you. You, from your time here, your time used to be spent at the airport, you have been able to do just that, move us forward. I mean, even with what we're doing out with the concourse. I say that to say, I don't know if there's anything we can do to get Marta to hire you guys out, but, I mean, I mean, 4-year closure at the train station is just crazy. But you guys have demonstrated the fact that we can do major projects and get it done. Maybe they just need a little help with imagining. I don't know. But with that being said, we're going to our consent agenda so we can try to get out of here.
Ordinances for first reading. This is item number 2, 24-01294. An ordinance by the Transportation Committee to authorize the mayor or his designee to waive Chapter 150-401, subsection D, Traffic and Vehicles of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances to extend the existing shareable dockless mobility device annual permits for no more than 1 year, effective July 1st, 2024, and for other purposes.
Mr. Overton, before we move on that and let the committee know, I would like to do a work session on micro-mobility. What does this exactly mean to the city? I know we're extending it, but, you know, looking forward, what does that looks like? What does it mean? Dockless mobility, micro-mobility. So if we can try to schedule that, it'll be appreciative.
Absolutely.
Regular schedule agenda?
Okay, that brings us to our ordinances for second reading, starting with item number 3, 24-01269, an ordinance by the Transportation Committee amending the fiscal year airport passenger facility charge fund budget by transferring to and from appropriations in an amount of $37,800,000.00 to provide funding for various projects at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport and for other purposes.
Second, motion made. Second, please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Item is favorable. Next item.
Item number 4, 24-01271, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos waiving the Code of Ordinances source selection provisions contained in Chapter 2, Article 10 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a reimbursement agreement with Delta Airlines Incorporated that allows for the replacement of hardware and software of the upper level controls for the baggage handling system on Concourse E at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, authorizing reimbursement to Delta in an amount not to exceed $7,666,508.00. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Motion to approve. Please.
Vote is open. Vote is closed. Vote is closed. That is 5 yeas, 0 nays. The item carries.
Item is favorable. Next item.
Item number 5, 24-01272, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Aviation to exercise the second renewal option for FC 10300 Curbside Management Services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with MTI Limo and Shuttle Services Incorporated and doing business as Front Row Parking for a term of 2 years, retroactively effective May 29, 2024 through May 28, 2026, and to add funding in an amount not to exceed $13,700,001.00. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Thank you. I know there was some comments made on this during public comment. I don't know if anyone from the airport wants to address those at this time. And then I know there may be questions as well. So before you start, I don't think you need to address the comments at public comment, but you may want to answer questions if we have questions. And, okay, so yes, they want it. So yes, if you can address the comments that was made, and then if y'all can hit your buttons to speak.
Hey, good afternoon, Council. I'm Tyrania Smith. I'm the Assistant General Manager of Commercial Revenue at the airport. This ordinance seeks approval to exercise the final extension renewal option for 2 years for curbside management services with MTI limo and shuttle services. This curbside management services basically provided 24/7 curbside management along our international, domestic, RCC terminals, along with customer assistance, the taxi cab direction, the curbside assistance over at the taxi cab assembly areas and all those areas there. In public comment, there was a reference to some type of change with our terminal service and the service that's provided there. There is no change to the existing shuttle operation and the support that MTI will be providing, excuse me, the MTI be providing to support those services. There is, when the new shuttle service contract comes on, there will be additional staffing support due to the increased volume of services that will be provided for those shuttle services. So what you see from the cost increase is due to increased staffing based on the needs of our passengers to make sure we're still providing those high level of customer service that we and you all demand as well.
Okay, first speaker, Vice Chair Overstreet.
Thank you. So my question in the last, was that Transportation Committee when I had a question about, you know, how at the beginning of the year we were told that this would be out for a rebid, and then we swapped back, and all of a sudden now it's an extension. Now, my question is also still that, but you're saying that this isn't a change in scope, but in your view, it really is no change in scope?
No, ma'am. So I'll take the second part of your question there. So the scope of services that MTI provides under the contract, and I'll just read it verbatim what it says, is the management and oversight of the airport's commercial ground transportation operators to include taxis, limousines, shared rides shuttles, hotel shuttles, off-airport parking shuttles, charter buses, and the airport's terminal shuttle service. The service provider will monitor the ground transportation operation locations to ensure all users are in compliance. And then it goes on to talk about making sure staffing is appropriate for personnel, dispatching vehicles, ensuring vehicle and driver compliance, customer service assistance, report management and generation, crowd control and congestion mitigation, vehicular and pedestrian traffic control, distressed passenger assistance, and all other aspects to ensure an efficient and safe operation in all areas. So again, what we're seeking to do is make sure that there's appropriate staffing in all of the areas.
So back to what my main concern was when we had this first conversation at the beginning of the year about contracts, renewals, changes of scope or not, or just a difference in, especially at this time, this is a difference in, you say not scope, but it's certainly a difference in funding and what we're asking of them, because now you're thinking that they're going to need more employees, and maybe that means that it's going to be is that more shuttles, like more consistency of the shuttle frequency of the shuttles? Like, why is it this much more? Like, this is the same question that we had a couple weeks ago, and I don't see where the difference is.
So MTI is not providing shuttle services, they're providing curbside management. So it is the staffing needed to make sure that there's appropriate staffing to meet the demands that's on the curb to ensure, because we have a lot of commercial vehicle operations that they have to help support. The shuttle service is just a portion of the commercial vehicles that they support, but they're also doing the crowd management. Again, our numbers are increasing, people are returning in record levels, and so we want to make sure that the staffing along the curbside and the interaction between the customers are met, and that's what they're doing, providing additional support.
So, I mean, let's be clear. I definitely want to make sure that we're keeping it moving and that the shuttles are moving as fast as possible, loaded with as many people as possible at all times, for sure, because that's what efficiency is. But have we addressed why these two different components are in this one piece of legislation? Why aren't they broken up then?
I'm sorry, what two components?
You said one is just the management of the side of the curb, and the other is the actual shuttle service.
There is no shuttle service.
No
MTI
shuttle
provides
service. So this
curbside
is
management.
Okay, so just 13 million for just curbside management only.
Curbside management at all these different locations, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, I've read through and I keep seeing shuttle services. So this is just curbside management.
Yes, ma'am.
Only. I just, you know, when a contract balloons and we are actually extending, it gives me pause. It just feels like it should have been rebid to me. I don't know. Is there something else? Okay, because and I've not spoken with anyone, and I was asking Chair Amos, is there any information that I need to know that will help me better understand why we're here? And he hasn't. No one's spoken with him either. So.
And I'm happy to speak with either or both of you.
We've been talking for 2 weeks, and I just want to make sure that before we deliver a vote for something that's not, you know, I just have unreadiness about it because I have not been given the information that I need to better understand. You see, I thought we were actually talking about shuttle service, like it says in here.
Yeah, no. I think because their name is MTI Shuttle Group, or I think that's their name, Limo and Shuttle Service. That's just their name. This is curbside management contract.
Okay, so I'm probably going to abstain, or I'm happy to hold until we have better conversations.
Motion?
No.
Okay.
I just want to.
Okay.
Almost. Almost.
Councilmember Juan.
All right, so I think, kind of picking up on where she's left this, I think I can make peace with the fact of what we're doing, what we're looking to do is just really upgrade the passenger experience at the airport when they are trying to get on a shuttle at the curbside. And it's a matter of just trying to have more staff present there and the associated kind of support and benefit, and, you know, all this salary stuff in there. I think what is a little problematic for me, though, is that the kind of to what she was saying, the original contract was X, and this is a large factor of that going into the second renewal. And so I think one of the first reasons I punted this back was that, to me, at a minimum, I feel like we should acknowledge that we're waiving the procurement code because it is a greater than 10% increase from the original contract, correct? And that, as I understand from our practices in the Finance Executive Committee, is that that's kind of the threshold. So I don't know if that's a law question, but I feel like we have to, let's address that first, and then we can start rolling back to figure out, can we get ourselves comfortable with the need and what this contract does in terms of the enhanced services. I want the mechanics of that discussed first.
Vivica Brown, Department of Law. You know, this question came up whether or not this was an increase or change in the scope of services, and it's my understanding that the scope has not changed at all. In terms of the cost of the contract, I believe that, if I understand from what Tyronia has explained to everyone here, is the cost for performing those services has increased. I am not aware that there is a need to do any kind of code waiver because the cost increase. I don't believe the contract value was set forth in this legislation. We can go and take a quick look at the old legislation to see if the contract value was set. It is not typically set to include the renewal amounts, but we'll take a look.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I'd like for you to take a look.
Okay. We're happy to do that. In fact, we can do that before the end of the.
Yeah, I'd be surprised that it would be disappointing to learn that we did a contract and added 2 renewal options without at least putting some guardrails on what the cost would be. But even if we hadn't, the simple fact that it's jumped as much as it has, again, I'm not discounting or disputing the increase, the change of services or adding to it, but I'm just the way we're doing it and the form that we're doing it in is important to me. Because if we are exceeding that 10%, I do feel like we have to acknowledge as a council that we're waiving the procurement code in order to do this for full transparency to the public, especially with the airport. So if you could find that out, you know, that answer is going to be really important to me.
So just so that I'm clear, so the scope hasn't increased, but the fact that the cost of the services has increased.
So we're going to get into semantics here. I believe that the scope in terms of the services provided has not changed, but the number of staff members required to perform that services has definitely increased. I mean, that's what we just heard. And so to me, that is a scope change. It may not be the service, but it's the level of service.
Okay.
And it is also the dollar amount. And the dollar amount is what's triggering it for me in terms of that. I keep going back to that 10%, but I think we just have to, it's a bright line. I think we've got to make sure that we walk on the right side of it.
Understood. We'll be able to respond to you before the end of the meeting.
I want to ask another clarifying question, though, about the scope, because in the public comment, it felt like the argument was that the incremental addition to this contract is actually supplanting another contract, existing contract with another vendor. And I just want to clarify that's not the case, correct? We don't, they have the existing contract. All we're saying is we want you to do more of it, but it's all the same thing. It's not like, oh, we had another contract, we're going to sunset that and then absorb it into this one.
No, the current international shuttle service contract is not impacted by the services that are provided by the curbside management here.
Okay. Because I hope you understand how that would be troubling for us, is that if we're just kind of absorbing a different contract into this one without bidding it out, that would be a whole different conversation than the way you just answered that question to me. Okay, so I appreciate that. Time sensitivity on this, because if we do decide to hold this, we are already in the administrative, actually we've exceeded the administrative, we're about to exceed the administrative extension on this, correct?
That is correct. So part of this legislation is seeking retroactive approval because the 90-day extension that the CPO granted did expire on May 28th.
So yesterday.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, so, yeah, I mean, since we're already outside of it, though, what's another, I mean, I hate saying that, but what's another 2 weeks? Yeah, I mean, because it's all going to be retroactive anyway, and to go cover the gap. Okay, all right. So for me, I think my preference is to hold this at least until we can get the contract, the legislation form question answered. If I can get that by the end of the meeting, I might be ready to move forward, but I know that doesn't supplant the questions that my colleagues have on this in terms of the actual scope increase. I think I'm okay with that at this point. So Mr. Chair, I don't, I see there are other questions, but I don't know if we want to put this to the side to see if we get that answer, or if the general move of the committee will end up being to hold it, of which I would support as well. So I'll yield.
Next speaker, Councilmember Overstreet.
Yeah, so I hit my button again because when the lawyer was up, I was also thinking, couldn't a scope change be a different requirement of the company? Meaning, we now know that going forward, we need 3 times more people on patrol to make sure that the shuttles are leaving, or that they're helping people get on quicker, or that we're leaving no seats empty. Like, is that not considered a scope change at all?
I don't know.
Especially when when the actual dollar amount jumps in such an amount.
I do not believe that the additional staffing would be a scope change. I've read most of the scope from one of the provisions in the agreement to you all. There's minimum staffing requirements, but there's no cap on the maximum number of staffing. There's just a minimum level that is needed to make sure that efficiency and safety and customer service levels are met.
So it doesn't even sound like just minimal staffing is all that it's addressing. It may even be how, where they're located, and just the change in how they're delivering their product in order to make sure that we're being efficient. It doesn't seem like it's just more people that require us to pay more money.
The locations are the same, the key locations that's laid out in the contract. Mm-hmm. International commercial vehicle hold lots, the domestic commercial vehicle hold lots, the international commercial drive curbs, the domestic ground transportation center, the upper and lower north, the upper and lower south, limousine staging areas.
So, why wouldn't we rebid it though? Like that, so it's about precedence for me. Mm-hmm. And when a contract balloons, it feels as if we're not giving others a chance to be in the bidding process, especially when it balloons and it either takes away our opportunity for our DBEs to participate, or it takes it out of the scope in the future, maybe not even today, but where it will land after the second renewal year. It may be something where we have unintended consequences because it has ballooned so. And I just don't want us to set a precedent where we are making extensions and not doing renewals, and not doing bids. And I just want to make sure that we are setting a solid precedent that we can stand on, that will be something that we can live by, that makes sense and is fair to everyone.
And the process that we use here is the same that we use in all of our contracts that we submit here for renewal. This contract was one that it started out with an initial base term of 3 years with two-year renewal options. And what we do on every single contract, if the contractor is performing satisfactory, we do vote for them to renew the contract terms, and that's the case here as well.
And most of the time, when you all do that, you didn't say ahead of time that we're probably going to rebid this one. That didn't happen. You usually ahead of time, it doesn't balloon up so in price, in funding. These are two extenuating circumstances that don't normally happen when we are doing those automatic extensions. This is not the same.
Again, here, we did look at this. We believe they've satisfactorily performed. We believe that the staffing level is necessary to meet the customer level service that we want to provide at the airport. And we do not believe there's been a change in scope that would justify or necessitate any type of rebid.
Okay.
Vivica Brown. So we've taken a look at the scope, and I think you guys have heard what the scope is. The scope has not changed. There was a minimum number of employees that were performing the function. It didn't max out the number of employees, so there was no change in the scope. My initial question was if there was a change, we would need to amend the contract, not just simply renew it. Because there is no change in scope, there's no need to amend, and we're doing a renewal. Now, the cost of services for the renewal was not included in the original legislation, but it rarely is. You just put the term, the initial term and the cost for the initial term, and when you come in for renewal, you also ask for money for the renewal. So I don't think that there is an issue with the procurement code at all. I think if there was an issue, it would be to amend the contract, but here, there is no change in scope.
I yield.
Looking for it right here. Under this.
So there's a motion on the floor to hold. Is there a second? Second. I also see one member left. Motion has been made and second to hold. Councilmember Juan, we're still in discussion period. Would you like to? Okay.
I'm going to support the motion to hold. I mean, I think where I've made my peace with kind of the stepping up of the level of service and the staffing required. I mean, to me, it's very much like we get an HVAC contractor and then all of a sudden something goes down over parks and we end up adding them on to a contract because they're performing satisfactorily. I think the added benefit of this is it's the exact same locations as the original contract. We're just asking them to step up their staff by X%. I can make my peace with that, but where I still can't make my peace, I appreciate the law department's response. I still think this, because of the significant increase, it's more than 10%. I'm not comfortable just moving this through. I think we have an obligation to acknowledge that we're waiving the procurement code on this. So I think the holding period will allow us to look at that. Again, I'm just going off of my experience from finance executive, kind of the thresholds that we use, and we can, like I said, use the next 2 weeks to revisit that. And then I would encourage that the aviation department get with my other colleagues to get them comfortable or not with the notion of the appropriateness of the added staff at the existing locations. But yeah, I'm not satisfied with the legal answer just yet. So thank you.
Thank you. I also is very uncomfortable. Just how we got here in January, we was told that it was going to be rebid, a contract that looks like it was going to expire in February. And then somewhere between that time and now, there was still no conversation with anyone that we were not going to rebid it, but yet someone went to the procurement department and got a 90-day extension. Now, even at the end of this 90-day extension, looked like 30 days before the 90 days was up, you bring us a piece of legislation that made a lot of changing, whether it was increasing the scope, increasing the money or not, it was a lot of changes. You had the scope for this contract. Do you have the scope for the terminal-to-terminal contract? First of all, has it been awarded?
We're still in the blackout period.
Still in blackout period. So that means we can't talk to vendors, but we can talk to you. What is the change of the scope of services, or did we hear something? Okay, just want to make sure none of my attorneys said anything. Are any of these scope of services that's in this piece of paper in front of us now is in the terminal-to-terminal scope of service?
There's no overlap of services that are being provided, but I'm looking to the CPO to make sure we're in blackout. I just want to be careful. There's no overlap in services. There's no duplicative services being provided.
Okay. Since everyone is scared of blackout, there's a motion on the floor to hold that has been made in second. Please open the vote.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
Paper will be held. Next item, please.
And that brings us to our resolutions. Item number 6, 24R3622, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston requesting that the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Moreland Drive Southeast and Woodland Avenue Southwest an all-way stop-controlled intersection, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, there is a request to amend this item on behalf of the Department of Law. The amendment makes minor edits to the language.
Motion has been made in second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Amended item is before us. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Item is favorable. Next item.
Item number 7, 24R3623. Mr. Chair, there is a motion to amend this item from the Department of Law. The amendment makes edits to the language throughout the document and does change the caption.
Motion to amend.
Second.
Motion made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed. The new caption reads, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Moreland Drive Southeast between Fisher Road Southeast and Hazel Rig Drive Southeast and for other purposes.
Motion to approve. Motion made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Item is favorable. Next item.
Next item, item number 8, 24R3660, a resolution by the Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into contracts listed herein with Astra Group LLC, Construction 57 Incorporated, Precision 2000, Southeastern Site Development, SDNC Incorporated, and SDNC Incorporated to provide construction services to the Atlanta Department of Transportation on a task order basis for an initial term of 2 years with two one-year renewal options, and to establish a joint task force fund in order a task order fund in an amount not to exceed $55,000.00 with all funds to be charged to and paid from the project and account number listed herein and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, this item needs to be amended to attach the iPro report.
Motion has been made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
The amended item is before us. Motion to approve. Motion has been made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Item is favorable. Next item.
Next item, item number 9, 24R3661, a resolution by the Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Second Amendment to the agreement with IFCC 1210235 DeKalb Avenue Safety Improvements with C.W. Matthews Kelly, a joint venture on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation, to add funding in an amount not to exceed $2,515,879.60. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Motion to approve. Motion has been made and second. Open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Item is favorable. Next vote. Next item.
Next item. Item number 10, 24R3662, a resolution by the Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to exercise the first renewal option for a period of 1 year for the Memorandum of Understanding with American Airlines Incorporated for the use of certain gates and space at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport and for other purposes.
Motion to approve. Motion has been made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Item is favorable. Next item.
Next item, item number 11, 24R3663, a resolution by the Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an amendment with HNTN/Millhouse joint venture comprised of HNTN TB Corporation and Millhouse Engineering and Construction Incorporated for project number listed herein for architectural design services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport in an additional amount not to exceed $100,000.00. All services will be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Motion has been made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open.
As we're voting, I see reps from ADOT here. Could you get one of your deputy commissioners? I have a question for him at the end.
Mr. Amos, will you please vote? Vote is closed.
Item is favorable. Next item.
Next item, item number 12, 24R3175, a resolution by the Transportation Committee to correct Resolution 24R3166 to delete and replace the recitals and enforcement language as set forth herein, to supplement a task order fund for a contract number listed herein for on-call electric services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with Cleveland IntelliSpring, a joint venture on behalf of the Department of Aviation and for other purposes.
Motion to approve. Second. Motion been made and second. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Item is favorable. That brings us to the end of the consent agenda. We have no dual refer items, papers held in committee. Item number 23 has already been disposed of. I believe that leaves item number 27 coming off held.
Yes. Item number 27, 24R3616, a substitute ordinance by the Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to exercise a second renewal option for FC 10300 Curbside Management Services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with MTI Limo and Shuttle Services Incorporated doing business as front row parking on behalf of the Department of Aviation for a term of 2 years effective May 29, 2024 through May 28, 2026, and to add funding in an amount not to exceed $13,700,001.00. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, there is a request to file this item on behalf of the Department of Aviation.
Second. Motion has been made. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Thank you. I think I seen one of my deputy commissioners from ADOT come in. Three, good. All three could come, actually. There's a piece of legislation sitting in the breast of council that was requiring a list of the streets that were to be paved. We was truly hoping to get that 2 weeks ago. This is the third week. Give us an explanation, please.
All right, sir. Greg Moore, Deputy Commissioner, ATL DOT Capital Delivery. That list is currently over in the mayor's office. I was actually just out in the hallway with Deputy Chief of Staff Pace that we are scheduling a meeting with the administration to go over that list. That has to happen before we can get that list to you.
So the list that council requests to pass a piece of legislation is currently in the mayor's office and will not be released until you meet with his team.
Yes, sir. That's what I just finished speaking to Pace about, sir.
Thank you very much. Any more business coming before the committee?
No, that was all we needed.
Stand adjourned. Hey.
Huh?
Nothing in mechanics.
Well, it's adjacent.
That doesn't count. I'm not going.
All right, folks, we are waiting for two things. A fourth, and we're waiting to be, okay, and we're now switched over so we can log in. Oops. Okay. Whoop. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. All right, we now have a quorum. I'm going to call this the May 29th meeting of the Atlanta Finance and Executive Committee to order. I'm Howard Shook, Chair of the committee. Vice Chairman Juan is to my right. Ms. Bakhtiari is to his right. Jason Winston and Byron Amos are to my left, respectively. I will move adoption of the agenda. Second by Amos. Let's open that vote, please.
Vote is open.
Vote's open on adoption of the agenda.
Vote is closed.
Agenda's been adopted. I'll move approval of the minutes of prior meeting. Second by Bakhtiari. Let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
All right, minutes of the prior meeting have been approved. We have two public speakers, first of which is Renee Giles.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Again, I'm Renee Giles. I'm a Mechanicsville resident, and I'm here today to discuss 405 Cooper Street, the land swap between APS and City of Atlanta. And so many of you, council members, you may have received my email this morning, and just want to speak to the disengagement and the lack of community input on this land swap, specifically how it will be developed. And as a community, we just want to make sure our voices are heard and that the city understands some of the issues that we already face. And so as the city moves forward with analyzing, how to provide stable housing and such, I think you really have to look at the existing neighborhoods as well and hear the residents. So that's one of the points we want to make today. I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Sharon Collins, if that's okay.
Well, actually, that's not how we roll here, but she has signed up. She'll be the next speaker, and she has the same 3 minutes you have.
Okay, so I'll continue. So I'm the president of my HOA that represents 69 homeowners. And one of the common things I'll share with you that I've heard throughout this process since we learned about it last year, and we only learned about it, maybe the last minute when it came up, and there was no formal community meetings initially until the residents complained about this. This actually, something similar to this actually almost occurred maybe 10 plus years ago when the city was, when the development of Centennial Olympic Park was going to be developed. They wanted to move, at that time, the homeless shelter to the Mechanicsville neighborhood in this very same space, and the residents said no. And so we're here to say no again. We have about 40 plus apartments in our community, and there's a lot of challenges for our adults, for our youth. We need programs for the existing residents. We cannot take on another affordable housing project, a supportive housing project for the homeless. We can't take it. My fellow board member who sits on the board of my townhome association, as I shared with you guys in the email, was her son and husband was robbed in the park across the street from us, from some kids from the neighboring affordable housing apartments. And so from someone who comes from the affordable housing space, because I work in real estate, I'm letting you know there needs to be more resources for a lot of these communities. And we also have to recognize when a community is overburdened, our community is past that. I just pulled some data on sex offenders in our community. Within a mile radius, we have 12 sex offenders that are, some are in the encampment, some are around the encampment, but they're really close to our parks, to our schools. All this matters, and all I want to say to you guys is imagine if this was already going on in your neighborhood and someone said, we're going to help, we're going to improve the process by adding this additional development. So thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Collins, you're up next. She signed up for the same topic.
Hello, my name is Sharon Collins. I am a longtime resident of the city of Atlanta. I've given over 40 years of my life to this city on numerous boards. But today I stand before you as a homeowner, a parent, a grandparent, and a concerned person. As you leave City Hall, you come to our neighborhood. Under the bridges, under the overpasses, under every empty lot in our community is homelessness. Now, Renee has hit on some of the points, but I'm more concerned about, we have a daycare center, that there's an encampment, that the city of Atlanta owns the property right across the street from the Dunbar Center. It's appalling to see the way that they maintain that property. They put a privacy sheet behind the encampment and half cleaned it. But the children are walking past there to go to the pool, to the Dunbar Center, to school, and to the daycare center. There's a bus stop right there. We need to really focus on, I have pictures, so in case you don't have the time to see what I'm talking about, everywhere we look, we see homeless people. And they come from the bus station downtown. They come from everywhere, and they come into our neighborhood. If you check the crime stats for 15 cars average per weekend are broken into every weekend this summer, and it's just starting because we have places of business that some of them have moved out. We only had 3, and one of those have moved out because of the break-ins and the things that were going on around the business establishment. We lost the Family Dollar store. That was the only store we had because the people were going in robbing the store continuously until they shut the store down. And that's the only thing that's in walking distance for the community, was in walking distance. The other places, I don't want to go in there because they got the gambling machines and people are in there and they do pay money. They don't give vouchers and that kind of stuff. They pay these people money to come in there. We even got one that's open 24 hours. And the cars are there, but what are they buying for 24 hours with the same cars being there? We're concerned about the lack of upkeep in our neighborhood. We're concerned about the public safety for our community. 100 homeless units is something that is larger than anything the city has proposed. And right now, even if it has to go there, 100 is over the top too many. So my request is that the NPU process take place and this come to the NPU so it can be voted on as any other issue would be voted on throughout the city.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to make public comment who has not signed up? Because this is the one and only public comment time in this committee. Anyone else wishing to comment on this or anything else is, welcome to come Monday at our full council meeting and make your remarks to the entire body. So if there's nobody else, then in terms of presentations, reports, and updates for this session, they have both been submitted electronically, so look at them as you please and get your questions out as needed. We've been joined by Marcy Collier Overstreet. Ms. Kempson-Wright, could you sound our consent agenda items?
Yes. Item 1 is 24-0-1288, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations bond proceeds in an amount not to exceed $33 million and 0 cents for tax allocation variable rate funds, Series 2024, for the purpose of providing funds to finance a portion of the redevelopment costs related to certain projects within tax allocation district number 5, East Side, and to pay the expenses incident to accomplishing the foregoing. Item number 2 is 24O-1289, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to create the Series 2024 Atlanta Urban Redevelopment Agency Taxable Revenue Bond Fund to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations bond proceeds in the aggregate principal amount of $24,825,000 and bond premium in the amount of $3,001,741.60 to assist with the financing the cost of acquiring, constructing, renovating, and equipping certain capital improvement projects for city facilities located within Atlanta Urban Redevelopment Area Number 1. Item number 3 is 24O-1290, an ordinance to authorize a 14th supplemental ordinance to ratify, reaffirm, supplement, and amend that certain master bond ordinance adopted on March 31st, 1999 as previously supplemented and amended to provide for the modification of the debt service reserve requirement established pursuant to such master bond ordinance as supplemented and amended to 50% of the average annual debt service requirement with respect to senior bonds in the then current or any succeeding fiscal year, to supersede and repeal all resolutions and ordinance or parts of resolutions and ordinances that conflict with the provisions of this ordinance. And finally, item 4 is 24O-1295, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of City Planning to accept funds and to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations awarded funds from the 2020-2025 Regional Transportation Improvement Program in an amount not to exceed $380,000 and 0 cents for the funding of the Chattahoochee Riverlands Trail Scoping Study to amend the FY24 budgets by adding to anticipations and appropriations from the Department of City Planning, Department Finance Fund to the Intergovernmental Grant Fund in an amount not to exceed $95,000 and 0 cents to meet the local share requirement, and to authorize the mayor, his designee, to enter into any necessary agreements with project partners, including the Atlanta Regional Commission for implementation of grant acceptance and participation and for other purposes.
All right, thank you. That takes us, and then we'll take those up in our next sitting. That takes us to Section H. Our ordinance is up for first read. First of which is 24O-1230, an ordinance by Finance Exec, amending Resolution 23R4461, adopted by the Council December 4th of last year and approved per City Charter section listed on December 13th of last year, to amend the 2024 General Fund budget and 2024 Capital Finance budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations, $3,371,431, and for other purposes. Dr. Wilson.
Good afternoon. Tina Wilson, Deputy CFO. We are submitting this ordinance to amend Resolution 23R4461. It's doing a couple things. We are correcting the account string and also transferring the funds to the Capital Finance Fund for the CRM system.
Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. So if I read the caption right, it did not meet the requirements for the ARPA funding.
That's correct.
So that $1 million of ARPA funding, what requirement did it not meet, or better yet, so we have $1 million of ARPA money up for grabs, right? So what are the parameters around that in terms of what we can fund?
So the $1 million is being repurposed for the middleware program that's also in a ARPA project. It's currently out for solicitation, so we're sort of pinpointing that
Okay,
for
so it's already been committed.
in case it's needed.
Okay. The middleware RFP that she said that it's just so. Okay. I'll follow up with you about that later, but okay. I'll move for approval.
Bacteria, did you have a question?
I was just following up. Thank you. I was following up to ask what the commitment was, but I believe that Councilmember Wan is going to follow up with you on that. So I will second his motion.
Any other questions or comments? Motion's been made and properly seconded. Let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
The ayes have it, so ordered. Item number 01231, this is an ordinance by Finance Exec, waiving the section of the code which is indicated here to authorize the mayor to execute the Second Amendment to the agreement which is indicated here. This is Risk Management Information System with Origami Risk LLC on behalf of DOF to extend the term of the agreement effective June 23rd of this year on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 6 months, and to add funding in the amount of $117,037.25, all contracted work being charged to and paid from, etc. And Mr. Deloach, how are you?
Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Jerry Deloach, Chief Risk Officer in the Office of Enterprise Risk Management out of the Department of Finance. The legislation before you this afternoon is a request to Amendment Number 2 for our contract Origami Risk. Origami is our risk management information system. The additional time will allow us to complete an RFP, and we hope to have that. We plan to have that completed by December of this year, 2024.
All right, thank you. Motion approved by Juan, second by Bakhtiari. If there's nothing else, let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you. The ayes have it. 24-0-1232 is an ordinance by Finance Exec authorizing the mayor to waive the competitive source selection provisions contained in the listed section, as well as any other conflicting code provisions, to execute the Fourth Amendment to the Co-op Purchasing Agreement FC 10592, which is citywide office printer MFDS supplies and services with Xerox on behalf of AIM on a month-to-month basis not to exceed 6 months, commencing July 1st of this year through December 31st of this year, and to add funding in an amount not to exceed $890,284. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from, etc.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is Mo Ismail with the Atlanta Information Management.
You talk into the mic, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
My name is Mo Ismail with the City of Atlanta Information Management System. I'm the IT director. I'm here to request on behalf of AIM that we need 6 months of extension for the MDF services from Xerox company to support our printers until December. Actually, it's 6 months, month to month, and we wanted that one to stretch us until December 31st, so we can go ahead and, in the process, start the document for the RFP. And that cost for that 6 month is $890,284.00.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to approve by Juan. We have a question or comment from Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, so I feel like we don't see many month-to-month contracts and just saw 2 back-to-back. So I'm just curious, what's the reason for the delay?
I'm sorry, for the reason?
Yeah, why the delay? Why is the extra time actually needed? And that the CPO Majumdar is behind you. May want to speak to that.
Jadeep Majumdar, Chief Procurement Officer for City of Atlanta. The reason we chose to do month-to-month is because there's an active RFP in process, so we could finish as early as 3 months, so we didn't want to just extend it by a fixed period. As soon as the RFP process is complete, we will then award the business.
Okay, all right, good for me.
So it is to make sure that we just don't balloon the contract.
Okay.
Beyond proportion.
Glad to know it's already out, so that kind of helps me.
So this is where I ask, is that enough time? And you say, yes. So with that.
We will get it done.
All right, Ms. Bakhtiari has made a second. If there's nothing else, let's open the vote.
Vote is open. The vote is closed.
Guys have it. That takes us to 24-0-1233. 1233, an ordinance by Finance Exec authorizing the City of Atlanta to waive the competitive procurement source selection provisions listed here, as well as any other conflicting code provisions to ratify services rendered in connection to the proposal here. This is for CAD implementation, solution, hardware licensing services, and technical support with Motorola. On behalf of Aviation, to execute an amendment to add funding in an amount not to exceed $384,255.20 and exercise the renewal option for a term of 1 year effective retroactively May 1st of this year through April 30th of next. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from, etc.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Juan, which I will second. Anyone have any questions or comments? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Right, the ayes have it. 24-0-1275 is an ordinance by Mr. Winston to waive the listed provisions of the code to retroactively authorize and to ratify the City of Atlanta's submission of an application for the Shelter and Services Program allocated grant from the Federal Emergency Management Agency for the purpose of providing shelter and other services to non-citizen migrants recently released from the Department of Homeland Security custody in the City of Atlanta in an amount not to exceed $10,819,662 to authorize the mayor to accept said grant and for other purposes. Motion to approve by Juan, second by Winston. Questions or comments? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
Thank you. The ayes have it. And the first of our many substitutes today, the caption remains the same, 24-0-1279. This is an ordinance by Mr. Juan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $2,500 from the District 6 carry-forward account to the Piedmont Heights Civic Association, Inc., pursuant to the section of the charter listed here, to assist with costs associated with the Beltline Subarea 6 Master Plan and for other purposes. I'll move to bring the substitute before us.
Actually, Mr. Chair, the caption does change.
The caption does change?
Yes.
I do not, I thought it was the same, so it's not in my book.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
It is here, but it says the same, so
It's not. Yes.
good for you. Let me read the substitute caption. This is a substitute by Finance Exec, authorizing a donation amount to exceed $2,500 from the District 6 carry-forward account to the Piedmont Heights Civics Association, Inc., pursuant to the section of the city charter listed here, to assist with costs associated with the association's master plan and for other purposes, hence the nature of the substitute.
Move to bring the substitute forward.
Second by Winston. Let's open that procedural vote on bringing the substitute before us.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
All right, substitutes before us.
Move to approve on substitute.
Second.
All right, you heard it. Let's open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
All right, thank you. The ayes have it. We're going to take, without objection, items 11 and 14 together. Item 11 is 24-0-1280. This is an ordinance by Mr. Bond, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $250 from the Post 1 at-large carry-forward account to the Collier Heights Neighborhood Association pursuant to the section of the charter listed here to support ongoing neighborhood projects and for other purposes. 14 is 24-0-1284, an ordinance by Mr. Westmoreland, authorizing a $5,000 donation from the Post 2 at-large carry-forward account to Zoo Atlanta pursuant to the same section of the code and for other purposes. Motion to approve both items. second by Ms. Bakhtiari. There's no questions or comments. Let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Vote is closed.
All right, the ayes have it. Both items are approved. That takes us to item 12, which needs a substitute. The caption changes, so I will read the motion, the caption of the substitute 24-0-1281. This is an ordinance by Mr. Bond, substituted by Finance Exec, authorizing the transfer of $8,000 from the Post 1 at-large carry-forward account to the Post 1 expense account, authorizing the transfer of $1,000 from the Council President's carry-forward account to the Council President's distribution account, authorizing the transfer of $10,000 from the District 2 carry-forward account to the District 2 expense account, authorizing transfer of $5,000 from the District 10 carry-forward account to the District 10 expense account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes. Motion to bring the substitute forward. Second by Ms. Bakhtiari. Let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Substitutes before you.
All right, substitutes before us. Motion to approve by Juan, second by Bakhtiari. Let's ring it up.
Vote is open. The vote is closed.
Okay, thank you. We've done 14 at 13. Let's take 13. 24-0-1282 is an ordinance by Mr. Bond, amending 24R3006 to correct the name of the vendor for the contract listed from Pioneer Technology Group, LLC, to Catalyst, to recognize the change of control and name change of the vendors to Catalyst Courts and Land Records, LLC, to authorize payments to Catalyst Courts and Land Records, LLC, under the agreement to ratify payments made and services received pursuant to the agreement on and from January 1 of 2023, to authorize the mayor or the chief financial officer as his designee to sign any necessary documents and for other purposes. I'll move approval. Second by Mr. Winston. Let's open that vote. Oh, question by Mr.
Yeah, I see that this is going retroactive to January 1. Now we're in May of 24. What happened there?
No one rushed the mic.
Or is that just previous payments to the previous name?
How many jobs are you doing today? How many jobs do you have today?
Good afternoon. So Young Yoon, Deputy Chief Clerk with the Municipal Court. So we're just retroactively dating that because that's the date of the original contract, and then they changed their name recently. And so we just want to make sure we're just covering.
Okay. So it's just kind of just making it safe, even though they've accepted the payment since then, and it's all fine. Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Can we please open that vote?
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. Motion carries. Item is covered.
Thank you.
Yep. Do you want me to do the next one?
Sure.
All right. So it takes us to item number 15, 24-0-1285. There is a substitute for this. That does not change the caption. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland.
It does.
Authorizing. Oh, it does. Authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000.00 to the Little Five Points Community Improvement District pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Code Charter and for other purposes. I'll move to bring the substitute forward. Seconded by Shook. Let's open that vote. Place to hang out today.
The vote is open.
Six yeas, 0 nays. Motion carries. Substitute is before us. I'll make a motion to approve on substitute. Seconded by Shook. Let's open that vote, please, and then I'll hand it back over.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays, motion carries. Item is approved. On substitute, back to Shook. 24R 3658, resolution by Finance Exec, authorizing the mayor as designated to execute the 8th Amendment for the FC indicated heating and air conditioning services with ARS Mechanical for HVAC upgrades on behalf of Enterprise Assets Management, Aviation, Parks, and Public Works in an amount not to exceed $4,125,300.90. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from, etc. And we have, well, be nice to hear someone hum a few bars on this, and then we have a question from Ms. Bactiari.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Shook. This is Doug Voss, Department of Parks and Recreation. This resolution would actually be through the Department of Enterprise and Assets Management, but I can speak to our part. This contract was renewed, I think, in the spring, and DPR literally just did not put our account string on that renewal. So for our portion, we just need to make sure that the lines are identified so we can spend out of those accounts. I don't know if Commissioner Davis has anything more he'd like to add or for the other departments.
I mean, I'll just say editorially, I think a lot of us, when we see two words back to back, 8th Amendment, that always kind of gets our interest.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Chair and other members of the council. Chris Davis, and Commissioner, Department of Enterprise Assets Management. We concur. I mean, it's one of those pieces that it's a service that the city much needs. As you see, it's a citywide contract. We are working with DOP now to go out on the street to get additional vendors to provide the same service, but this is a requirement, and based upon the backlog when we did the facility assessment, we're just trying to address those issues before they become critical to the department.
I mean, I know it's needed. There's none of us are going to debate that. I just sometimes feel like this committee sort of, from time to time, maybe overly accommodates what's convenient for an operating department or a collection of operating departments. And, you know, sometimes it rises to the level of discomfort. Mr. Wan, did you have a question? Okay. Oh, Ms. Bactiari.
Forgot about me already. Oh, thank you. So we're in rare form today. Just a quick question. I guess not that rare when you set the three of us together. I was curious as to which facilities this money is going towards for upgrades and repairs.
I can give you, I can pull together that list as Doug Voss had mentioned, just with DPR. There's certain facilities that's associated with that. I know that for us, we got some of the neighborhood centers that's associated in different facilities that we deal with. We got the fire departments in different areas. so it's a number of pieces that we do carry. So this is just a list. We've identified this particular scope, so this is why we know what the numbers are from each department.
And Commissioner, thank you for that. Do you also know if, because I know with my moving forward dollars and like some of those dollars, we allocated it towards HVAC system upgrades within some of the rec centers. Is that folded into this, or is that separate?
Different departments. For us, it's not, but for other departments, they may have included some of that to go for this as well.
Understood. If you could send that list, that would be wonderful.
Sure.
So if a motion hasn't already been made, I'll move to approve.
Okay, before we move on, and I'd like to hear from the commissioners dutifully anticipating my question, which is, can you give me your response? I just, man, an Eighth Amendment is tough for people with constitutions as delicate as ours.
Respected council members, Jyoti Majumdar, Chief Procurement Officer, City of Atlanta. That is a big concern for us. So I can talk about what we are going to do moving forward. So the process that we are working on right now is to come up with enterprise contracts, and we are actually reaching out to every department to see if they are part of that contract. This way, we will minimize the number of amendments if we have all the parties in the contract when the contract is bid out. So from our perspective, we want to make sure that we make it an inclusive process, make sure all the departments are part of the process, and we do a contract enterprise-wide with very less amendments or adding of dollars down the road.
All right, yeah, that's good. I mean, look, we all know this is going to happen from time to time. It's just when we start approaching double digits, that's indicative that.
I want to make sure that we create a rule of how we do the contracts and do not take exceptions of how we do things. So with the contracts that are currently alive, we'll let it flow through, but all the newer contracts will have the new process that I just described.
Thank you, Ms. Bacteria.
So to that point, Council Chair Shook's questions just reminded me of another question because of the overlapping funds. Would you also be able to source where each of the buildings, where each of the repairs is taking place, what account strings or what bucket they have come out of, so we have an understanding, given to your point that you mentioned earlier, Commissioner, that there are departments that may overlap with, that this has some overlapping items, just so that we understand and make sure that our account strings are well accounted for. Ms. Kimson, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just so you can assist with follow-up. Thank you.
The answer is yes, but I'll have Chris expand on that.
How you gonna say yes to me now? Anyway.
You heard that, Commissioner. He said yes.
No. No, I mean, we can definitely pull that together. I think to Jadith's point is that we do have that communication with other departments. And so it's one of those things that you anticipate how much work is going to be done versus those things that happen and you want to be prepared for it. So we can improve upon what it looks like. There's going to be times when you're going to have those one-outs that's going to require some additional funding that you didn't account for.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, and we do have a motion and a second. So if there's nothing else, let's open the vote.
Who was our second?
Yeah.
Who motioned? I did? Yeah, I thought I motioned. I need a second.
Thank you. The vote is open.
Can't wait till we get to the budget.
Vote is closed.
All right, the ayes have it. 24R 3659 is a resolution by Finance Exec authorizing mayor's designee to exercise the second renewal option for the SPS indicated Covendus on-call IT services with the following vendors on behalf of AIM for a term of 1 year effective August 12th of this year through August 11th of next in an amount not to exceed $7,163,203.60. All contracted work will be paid from, et cetera, et cetera. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Jason Sankey, Chief Information Officer for the city. This renewal will provide well-needed IT support services throughout the city, not only AIM, but the additional departments that are listed in the renewal.
Just one.
All right, so the legislation has kind of the history of this particular contract, and it's kind of striking how much it's jumped. From 2022, it was 3.9, and now we're up to 7.1. Can you talk me through that? Is this just basically, perhaps you talked about it in the budget process, we're just leaning more on some of the vendors to do some of the work that or is it just the inflation? What's going on here?
No, we are leaning on the suppliers, but I would like to point out, and this goes back to the CPO's comment, that year we added, I think, 4 amendments to increase the cost throughout the fiscal year. So we were a little bit more conservative going into this year, so we're not moving forward with additional amendments. And I will also say most of the departments, we do not exhaust these funds by the end of the fiscal year. So this is to make sure that we're covered in the instance that we need additional support services.
Thank you. Move approval.
Second by Ms. Bakhtiari. Let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Right, the ayes have it. We have one dual. It is 24-0-1278, and this comes to us amended with new sponsors listed, and I'll read them in the caption. 24-0-1278, an ordinance by Ms. Overstreet, Ms. Boone, Mr. Dozier, Mr. Winston, Ms. Norwood, Mr. Westmoreland, and Ms. Bakhtiari, as amended by CDHS, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to transfer up to $6 million to the Atlanta Development Authority in order to fund the Invest Atlanta Grocery and Fresh Food Providers Initiative pursuant to that intergovernmental agreement for economic development services between the City of Atlanta and Invest Atlanta for the public purpose of promoting the development of high-quality grocery and fresh food providers and related efforts to increase access to fresh food in low-income, low-access neighborhoods in Atlanta, priority areas of the city, and other targeted areas of the city to authorize the CFO to make any budget amendments, operating transfers, or other actions necessary to enable the transfer of said funds to Invest Atlanta and for other purposes. Dr. Klinich.
Yes, Dr. Eloisa Clementich, proud president and CEO at Invest Atlanta. So the city has a goal to reach 85% of all individuals in the city should have access to fresh food and vegetables. We are approximately at 76%. So what is before you is legislation that will allow us to, one, implement one of our pillars, which are innovative business models to try to address the limits that we're seeing in the market in terms of low income, low access areas. What we're excited about is we've seen interest in the pipeline, but we're not seeing them in this part of town, in these parts of town. So we really feel that this tool will allow us to address the gaps that we're seeing and provide fresh food and vegetables to more individuals in the city of Atlanta. I'd ask for your continual leadership in this. You have been, this council and this mayor has been very, very supportive. You've provided funds from the EOF grocery store, and we've been able to deploy those funds through Nourish and Bloom has 2 sites, and we're getting a new site for Gooder at iVillage. And this type of a leadership is really going to begin to move the needle in our city. And with that, I open any questions.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for truly understanding that the screams that I've been screaming for since 2018 are real, and that it is up to us at this point. And we know that for sure now because we've checked all the boxes that have brought us back to where we are today. And we've begged everyone, we've shopped ourselves, we've traveled to them and said, please look at us. And now it's up to us. And this legislation says that we don't mind it being us taking care of the gap that exists here in the city. And I also want to thank my colleagues for signing on. Really appreciate that because that means that we're all on the same page, and we know that every side of town in the city of Atlanta deserves grocery stores. Every side of town. We deserve markets, we deserve grocery stores, we deserve every corner to have fresh foods. And not just one, really. Like this, it's really sad that we're really just talking about one for square miles, like 5 to 6 square miles. We really should be talking more, but I'm just thankful that we're all on the same page that says that we don't mind it being us taking the ball, the wheel. We're ready to spend $6 million to make sure that every side of town, every corner should have a grocery store. So thank you for that. With that, move approval.
A motion to approve. Second by Bakhtiari. Mr. Wan.
Question and then a motion. Substitute motion. No, I'm kidding. Is this, I see this is coming out of non-departmental. Is it FY '24 and '25?
FY '24.
Okay, and what does that leave our non-departmental balance for the year? We
I think
still
there's
in the
there's still
positive?
capacity in the non-departmental balance. And the other thing to note is for FY '24, there is a surplus that's anticipated as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure there was capacity there. I feel like Shook, Amos, and I may have been left out of the party in terms of sponsors, so I'm going to make a motion to amend, at least to add my name. And
Second.
the other two, if they're up for it.
Count me in. I hope it works, and I do have a question, but I'm pleased to put my name on it. And, okay, so that's what makes it unanimous. Ms. Specchiari.
Thank you. So we don't, you know, we have a lot of business that comes before us, and because of that, we often do not take the time to celebrate a massive win. And I mean, I really want to commend Councilmember Overstreet, the administration, Invest, because this is a perfect example of public-private partnership, because one of the reasons these stores weren't coming here is because of high theft rates, because of people experiencing poverty and struggling. It's not a sign of people a growing criminal aspect. It's a sign of hunger. And the fact that there are grocery stores that base their investment on their return on human beings rather than lives served, and they did not see a return in these communities, even though I believe District 12 has one grocery store, and that grocery store is one of the busiest in the city. And so the fact we've seen a growing number of municipalities globally, not as much in our country, stepping forward to fill that missing middle and to fill that gap. And the fact that we're doing it here in Atlanta is once again taking the first steps is really tremendous. And there are kids that we're going to keep out of the school to prison pipeline because of this. There are people that are going to actually have access to fresh food because of this that didn't happen before. And hopefully, you know, we continue building on it. I just wanted to celebrate what a momentous investment this is and what a big win it is. So just thank you.
Okay, so not being on CD, could you boil us down to low gravy for me, just by letting me know how this is going to work?
So we have a 4-pillar strategy, which is innovative business models, policies and systems, retention, expansion of current, and then attraction. We're going to be able to use this funding for flexibility on all of those. So as we discussed briefly at the budget, it's hard for us to ask grocers to come in. We've brought them, as council member says, and they're saying, this is great. I see the potential because we're highlighting all the new development, but they're saying it's still too early. So this will allow us to find creative ways, such as leasing spaces ourselves and then releasing it out to some of our community grocers to take over and to provide, because what we know is we're dealing with an industry very low margins, and the up costs at the beginning years is very, very high. So this type of strategies ensures food access now. It allows us to bring it in long-term, pretty low cost value if we look, and then allow them to be able to reach points where they can start to make money, and then we start pulling out and then let the market pull in. And more importantly, council members, once we prove out the market, then we step away and we've done our job.
Again, I hope it works. Is this modeled off of anybody in particular?
Yes, we've seen it in 4 other cities. I'll get my Detroit, what was the other city, Lori? I'm sorry, yeah, Laura, you want to cut the other cities? We've modeled it on 3 other cities, and if I can, I was remiss yesterday too. Lori Prickett and Evan have been amazing team members on this initiative, so I want to thank them for their leadership.
Good afternoon. We've modeled this on Dallas. We've looked at Miami as well, so we're seeing significant traction there, especially when the city comes together to back this. So I thank you so much for everything you do to make what we do happen.
So stupid question.
Yes.
Pick these 3 places. We get us worked in those 3 places.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I always like it when we ruthlessly and shamelessly steal other people's good ideas,
Yeah.
rather than when we think we're cleverer than we are and try something ad hoc.
Use them and make them better.
Go. Mr. Winston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to just add my voice and just say kudos to the Invest Atlanta team. I'm on the Invest Atlanta board and got a chance to see this come through my committee several weeks ago, and just you all were tasked with going out and being innovative and trying to find a solution when no one wanted to invest on our blocks. We decided to invest in our own blocks, and so just kudos to you and your team for being able to do that, and I'm glad we get to do that in an area that needs it a lot. So thank you.
All right, let's carry the vote on the amendment to add the names. Ms. Overstreet.
And I'm sorry. So yes, Councilmember Winston has really been checking on me about this. And that means just making sure that he understands fully what is needed and my vision and everything that is missing, and giving me ideas about what could be, what the possibilities are. So much so that I actually am going on Thursday to do a field trip at Carver Market just to see if that's something that would be a good fit. So we really are plugging at it, because when we're funded and when we're taking ownership and we're having council lean in, it really does make a difference. So I'm excited about it, and I do hope, Shook, that this is going to be a really viable option for the city, not just for Atlanta, but for all of the residents that really have been struggling. And you see how we talked during transportation today about, you know, how they're redesigning how transportation is being done, and that could actually affect areas with high ridership that really need to get to markets. So we want to make sure as a city that we're whole in making sure that fresh food is available and not just by bus. That this is all a part. It all goes together for us to create livable, viable families in this city. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I will move the addition of the outstanding names. Second by Juan. Let's open that vote.
Oh, and thanks to Gooder as well.
The vote is closed.
Thank you, Ms. Overstreet. I'll let you make the motion to approve as amended. Second by Winston. Let's open the vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
All right. We now go to held and begin the march of the substitutes. First of which is item 26, and the caption changes. Substituted caption for 24-0-1455 is, this is a ordinance by Dozier, substituted by Finance, authorizing the city to acquire certain real property located at 405 Cooper Street and land lot indicated of the city of Atlanta, parcel number indicated, from the Atlanta Independent School System in exchange for the transfer of certain city-owned real property known as the Hope Hill Recreation Center building located at 90 Boulevard on a portion of the land lot and parcel indicated here, authorizing the due diligence, closing costs, and other acquisition costs to be paid from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, as indicated in the accounts below, in an amount not to exceed $1.5 million, authorizing mayor's designee on behalf of the city to execute all documents necessary to effectuate the exchange, and for other purposes. I'll move to bring the substitute before us for debate. Second by Winston. Let's open the procedural vote to bring the substitute before us.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
All right, substitutes before us. Getting a presentation.
Hey everyone, Josh Humphreys with the Mayor's Office. Good to see you today. So this paper, what it does on a technical sense is it would authorize a swap for the recreation center at Hope Hill Elementary School for a property owned by APS at 405 Cooper Street, north side of Mechanicsville neighborhood. And so That's the technical piece. There's a gap between the value of the properties, and so there's some funding in there that would cover the cost of that gap in order to effectuate the swap. This property is actually recently has become the largest encampment in the city. It's been a challenge. There have been violent crimes and otherwise that have happened on this property and in the adjacent property. It's a dead-end block just south of I-20. And so, our goal with the property really is to be able to take control of it and redevelop it, right? It's a vacant site that really ought to be a better version than it is. The vacancy is part of what's led to the encampment and the challenges on the site. And so we started working with the school system last year on this potential swap in order to move it forward. We met with the neighborhood now 6 different times, and we'll continue meeting with them on what exactly the property will look like and how it comes together. There are 2 pieces that we're actually looking to acquire. One is this property, and the other one is an adjacent one that we're looking to acquire as well. Plan is to do 2-phase development that would have mixed income housing, and part of this would be to address the mayor's rapid housing initiative. It's similar to what we did at the Melody to do quick delivery housing. What would be different about this site than what we did at the Melody is that the plan here is to do mixed income, so it would not be 100% supportive housing, but would be, let's say 30–40% of the units would be supportive housing, and there would be mixed income market rate housing on the property as well. So that's what we're in the early design stages on all of that right now. The first priority really for us is to make sure we have control of the site, address the encampment on site, and then look to activate it properly.
Juan. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Humphrey. So kind of giving voice to the folks who came down and spoke about this, I guess, when I read the legislation, this simply is just the transfer or the acquisition of the property. But help me understand, as you talk about the plans for the property going forward, how can we make sure that the community has a voice in that? Because I think the concerns that they've raised are legitimate. It can't be handled in this paper, obviously, but give them an understanding of what the kind of participation points will be in that process so that they can feel included.
So Shatika and Wesley are here on my team. They can talk a little bit about the work we've done today if you got more questions on it. But since I think August or so of last year, we started having regular meetings with community stakeholders. And so we've had 6 meetings or so far. One of the biggest outcomes of that was what are other needs in the neighborhood, right? They mentioned the Family Dollar closing recently, rise in homelessness generally in the neighborhood, and a number of other things, some unkept city lots and things like that that were really important and detrimental to the neighborhood. So we've worked with the neighborhood to address those, and our plan really is to continue not only just the site itself, but other needs that the neighborhood has, right? Like how can we just got done talking with Eloisa about fresh food access. We're working with her economic development team on what that looks like for Mechanicsville, what type of, whether it's Carver markets, tile model, or otherwise, might be able to help address those needs and others, right? I mean, one of the comments earlier was just the percentage of market rate versus affordable housing, and so we work, as part of the Mayor's Housing Strike Force on public land is really trying to look at all the different public land parcels and how they fit together. So Housing Authority owns some land in that neighborhood and is advancing. It's going to be 80% of the units market rate for sale townhouses on some of their land. That's advancing right now as well. So really, I mean, I think part of it for us is we want to be receptive, and I think we have been even to the designs and the percentage of supportive housing on this property to date, and continue to do so, right? We're still in early phases on what the design, what the rent, what it's going to actually look like on the property and how it all fits together. So we'll continue to have regular meetings on that site and also just on other issues in the neighborhood, because we want to be receptive and address those issues, right? If there's overgrown lots that it's the city's responsibility or lack of fresh food access, that's a concern of ours too. And so I think that this has allowed us to have kind of a regular feedback loop that I think can be helpful.
Okay, I don't want to overstep into a different council district's kind of purview. I see some shaking heads, so clearly we can do better in terms of community engagement. I trust that, I'm going to charge you with working with Councilmember Dozier and the community members that showed up here today or have voiced their concerns to make sure in that next iteration that they are heard, because it's an opportunity. You're right. We're hopefully taking care of an issue, but we don't want to create another one. So I encourage you to please listen and work with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to second Councilmember Warren's sentiment around the community engagement, making sure we keep that process, going and an open door for people to be able to communicate about their concerns. Can you speak to the ownership of this from APS perspective? How long have they owned it? How long has the lot been vacant? Do you have any of those, any of that information?
So there used to be a school on the property some years ago. I don't know exactly when, but a couple of decades ago, the property was torn down. It's been vacant ever since then. And so that has, there have been encampments on the property for a number of years. Recently, there's been an influx in the encampments on the property, which has led to crime and other issues that it's obviously causing negative impacts on the Mechanicsville community.
Okay, and then just, I guess, just some clarity around why we're even having this conversation in FEC. This is a land ownership transaction, and that's what we're discussing here in this paper.
That's
Anything
correct,
about
yes.
land use will go through another committee, and that'll be for another conversation. So I think simply this right now is about the transaction that's happening between APS and the city of Atlanta.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Spector.
Thank you. Also just wanting to clarify again, this is just the swap itself, not yet the
That's correct,
construction. So there's still opportunities to meet with constituents to shape.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, and so we started the case manager, neighborhood by neighborhood case manager initiative in my district in East Atlanta, where we also have a extremely prevalent unsheltered issue in population. I will say it's been transformative in terms of having somebody on the street 40 hours a week, going and speaking to folks, taking them to get their paperwork, assisting with placing them with housing. Is there, could we get the same initiative also launched in Mechanicsville?
Yeah, so one thing that we did is when we passed the paper last year, we expanded it to allow for some other key areas, and Mechanicsville being one of them, specifically in and around Cooper Street, but there's a couple of other encampments under bridges and otherwise in the neighborhood. And so we've been working with Councilman Dozier on that case manager, and they're ramping up activity now to address challenges that are facing the neighborhood. And that was one thing that came out of the first community meeting, was really a need for that. And so that is similar to what we did in East Atlanta Village, will also be in Mechanicsville.
And just for the constituents that are here, I would also be happy to talk to you about that initiative, if that would help to kind of give you what we did, and I can tell you about how I assisted. I experienced a lot of housing instability when I first came to Atlanta. It's a world I'm very familiar with. I've worked in direct services for over a decade. I'm happy to talk to you all about that and help in any way that I can. But although it's not my district, as somebody who went through this with my district, when we were doing supportive housing, I want to make sure that we are still, that this is just a land swap and that we'll continue to shape it, and that we're putting in the infrastructure to support, these folks, support getting people help that they need, but also not putting that responsibility on the community.
That's right. I mean, our goal here is to be a collaborative effort, and to Councilman Shook's point earlier, still we're something that's working, right? And I think the East Atlanta case manager is a good example of what can be helpful here. I also note just the other side of the swap. This is the rec center that's attached to Hope Hill Elementary School. So one of the benefits of this is to consolidate that for APS, right? It's a longstanding thing. They've had to lease it, and creates, from a logistics standpoint, complications for them. So it'll help clean that piece of it up as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Vote is closed.
Next substitute can be found on page 13. It's item 34, 2401191. The caption remains the same. It's an ordinance by Finance Exec waiving the competitive source selection code contained in the sections indicated here, as well as any other conflicting code provisions, and authorize the mayor as designee to execute the Second Amendment to the property management agreement with Asset Living Southeast LLC for management of the property and facilities at 133 Trinity Avenue, to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis for a period of up to 1 year, effective June 30th of last year through June 29th of this year, or until the contract listed here, third-party property management services, City Plaza, is awarded and the associated agreement fully executed on behalf of Enterprise Assets Management in accordance with the agreement's existing property compensation schedule, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from, et cetera. Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon. Chris Davis, Commissioner, Department of Enterprise Assets Management. We just like to put this, we want to keep this on hold right now. We're still working through some of the details with procurement.
All right. You want us to substitute and then hold it?
Yes.
All right. There's been a motion and a second to bring a substitute forward.
Vote is open.
Mr. Wan, go ahead.
Vote is closed. The substitute is before you and the item remains held.
Before you leave, so quick question. The substitute I'm reading this is effective June 30th, 2023?
Right, so what we did, the previous solicitation that we went out with, there was no responsive vendor, so that's why we wanted to go back. We anticipated that we would have someone in place.
It's a long time to have an expired contract, so we'll talk about that when you come back. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we actually should take another motion to hold.
hold.
Yes, thank you.
Motion's been properly made and seconded. Let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
All right, item has been substituted and held. That takes us to 24R 3547. I will read the caption of the proposed substitute. It's a resolution by Shook as substituted by Finance Exec, authorizing the Commissioner of the Department of Watershed Management to adjust water and sewer service charges on certain customer accounts in accordance with the Atlanta City Code section indicated in the amount of $251,697.17, and for other purposes, move to bring the substitute forward. Second by Juan. Let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
I'll move approval on substitute. Second by Juan. Let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Been adopted on substitute. That takes us to 24R 3548, and I will read the caption of that proposed substitute. Resolution by Shook, substituted by Finance Exec, authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in the amount of $139,975.49. All funds to be charged to and paid from, et cetera. Motion to bring the substitute forward. Second by Juan. Let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Second. Let's open it up.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
All right. Next up, we have 24O1100. I'll read the caption of that proposed substitute. It's the same. So this is a substitute ordinance by Finance Exec to set the ad valorem tax rate for the general levy, bond and indebtedness levy, parks levy, education levy, special tax district levy, and the Atlanta Beltline Special Service District levy based on $1,000 or part thereof of the value of all real and personal property, to provide that the tax rates established herein shall remain fixed until amended or repealed, and for other purposes.
Move to bring the substitute forward.
Second. And the substitute plugs in.
Good afternoon, Council. Lawrence Davis Jr.
Yeah, let's finish the vote on.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, are you taking up item number 38 or 37? It should be 38.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I read.
All right, thank you. I apologize. Vote is open.
All right, substitutes before us. Mr. Davis, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. Lawrence Davis Jr., Revenue Chief for the Office of Revenue. The purpose of the ordinance before you this afternoon is basically to adopt it as a procedural adoption to coincide with the adoption of the annual budget. The rates will stay the same as proposed in our public hearings for the millage rate, and we will come back later on once the final digest is completed from both counties to give the full adoption of the millage rates.
I'll second that. Questions or comments? Seeing none, let's open that vote.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
All right, item's been adopted on substitute.
Thank you.
Next up is 24-01101. I'll read the caption of the proposed substitute. Substitute ordinance by Finance Exec adopting the fiscal year 2025 budget to include all funds, authorize any necessary adjustments to ensure the proper closeout of FY24 for all funds and for other purposes. Second.
Vote is open. Vote is closed. The substitute is before you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mohammed Bala, CFO. I have Dr. Tina Wilson. I like saying my name. We have Dr. Tina Wilson and Chief Sean Gabriel, who will go over a packet that you guys have with regards to FY25 budget amendments.
All right, good afternoon.
Before we do that, can I ask a quick question, Mr. Chair? Sorry. So I'm looking at the substitute, and it's got the addition of the all necessary adjustments for closeout of FY24. Is that a new thing this year? And can y'all just talk through that very quickly before we get into the numbers?
So this was one of the things that we were wanting to discuss with some of the committee members. Initially, this is procedurally a paper that we normally would bring back during the course of the fiscal year. Instead of doing it that way, we packaged it with the budget because procedurally we need to make adjustments up or down for fiscal year end. All right, so if you all have your budget amendment packages, we have just a handful to walk you through. If you start with budget amendment number 1, this is to amend the FY25 proposed budget to allocate funding for the anticipated GMA lease payment. This was for the Department of Public Works. They inadvertently removed their funding for GMA during the budget development process, so we are putting that back. It's $222,512.
Let's do it this way. If anyone has any questions, just don't look for recognition. Just jump on the mic. Otherwise, we'll let her continue.
All right, budget amendment number 2 is to amend the FY25 proposed budget to allocate funding for Park Pride. It's $50,000.
I have a question. This is coming out of salaries, but is this coming out of Parks and Rec's salary line item?
No.
No.
This is at non-departmental.
Non-departmental salaries. So you recall when we were going through the adoption of the budget, we placed amount of funding that we thought would be necessary for the class and comp study. We kind of overshot that estimate by a little bit, so that's where that comes from.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Budget amendment number 3 is to amend the FY25 proposed budget to properly account for the operating transfer funds for the Atlanta Jazz Festival. This 550,000 was already, you've already seen it in the budget. This is partially procedurally. Later in the year, you would have seen a transfer, an operating transfer to put this in the trust fund. We're just doing that now. Budget amendment number 4 is to amend the FY25 proposed budget to increase funding for the bomb squad training within the Atlanta Police Department within Aviation. It's $100,000.
And the funds are coming from Aviation?
Their reserves, yes.
Thank you.
Budget amendment number 5 is to amend the FY25 proposed budget to increase the customer service contract for additional agents also within Aviation. It's $8,954,839. Budget amendment number 6 is to amend the FY25 proposed budget to allocate funding for insurance expenses for watershed facility plants in Water and Wastewater Fund. This is for the North Area Treatment Plant. It's $10,000. Budget amendment number 7 is to amend the FY25 proposed budget to reallocate operating funds for consulting services from AIM to Public Works in the Solid Waste Services Fund. At AIM's request, there's a reduction in the amount that they needed to utilize for these contracts. So they've relinquished those excess funds back to DPW. That's $650,994.
So is there a corresponding, so basically we're increasing the solid waste revenue fund, solid waste services fund. So how does that then impact the budget that we saw for them?
So this is the solid waste enterprise fund. Within the enterprise funds will allocate to other funds. Watershed will cover certain anticipations in AIM or HR or finance.
Okay.
In this section, AIM does not need the $650,000, so it will go back for solid waste's normal services.
So, okay, so let's help me walk through this. So we've seen, and in the budget book, there is a proposed budget for solid waste, both
Correct.
their enterprise fund as well as the contribution from the general fund.
Correct. This is the enterprise fund.
Right. So, but then this basically $650,000 just goes into the enterprise fund.
It stays in the enterprise. It just goes from one floor to the other. So instead of it being segmented and allocated to AIM, it is now
just back in there.
Back in their regular budget.
And could be, if they don't use it in their budget that was proposed, that basically would go to accumulated surplus or deficit.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Budget amendment number 8 is to amend the FY25 proposed budget to increase funding for the vehicle replacement program and the aviation R&D fund. It's $3 million. For all of our amendments.
Budget to incorporate these as en masse, if that's
Right.
Yeah, I'll second that. Any questions, comments about what's under consideration here? And then, well, and then I got a number of questions about how we're going to handle other amendments not in this packet.
Yeah.
But first, let's open the vote, which has been made and seconded, on adding these amendments.
Vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Councilmember Winston. The vote is closed.
All right, budget has been amended. Now, so, Mr. CFO.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what the administration's proposal is for
Yeah,
dealing
sure.
with the other amendments with which we have yet to deal.
Absolutely. Very good question. So as we wind out the rest of the fiscal year 24, we do understand that we are in a healthier position with an anticipated surplus at the moment for FY24. We also do know that there's capacity in non-departmental. You've seen we've already accommodated the Fresh Food Access Program at Invest Atlanta. There is some additional capacity, and what we'd like and what we propose is the coordination with administration, Theo Pace and Chief Donald, to utilize that funding string first because it's already available in the FY24 closeout, and we're anticipating and projecting that surplus. Would rather utilize those requests and not add to fund balance at the end of the year. So that is the intent, and I think it'll proceed and move forward in a great fashion. Thank you.
Back to you, Eric.
Thank you. CFO, I wanted to also ask, because there was some stuff that we had that there were going to be budget amendments, so we had to wait on data from some of these departments. So are those are those going to be topics that can still be discussed?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, still coordinate with Theo, and let's, we'll work between now and Monday. And then also, if there are things that we've, discussed before in the past that requires coordination with other municipalities, we'd like for that to happen. If it doesn't happen before Monday, doesn't mean that it can't come back throughout the fiscal year once we have that coordination in place with other municipalities, especially with things that are related to health and human services. We really do want the county to step in that accord.
We want the counties to actually carry the water on issues that are in their purview, their specific purview.
Yep.
Understood. And yes, so I just wanted to check because I know that we've been working on a couple of them for a while.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yes, so since we're talking about essentially accommodating those budget requests with FY24 funds, I mean, that gives us a little time cushion though, right? I mean, it's not necessarily by Monday, but we
Well, yeah, yes and no, not necessarily by Monday, but definitely by the 17th, to the extent that we have to get things invoiced and processed and closed out by June 30th, definitely by then. So you will see on Monday that some of them will probably come in through as resolutions, and some require ordinances. We'll have to adjust accordingly, but we'll have the playbook ready for you guys.
it's nice to be in that position.
All right, exactly. Yeah,
So thank you.
Yep.
All right, so I like the thought process, but here's a political reality. I think it's important that package of proposed amendments be socialized prior to Monday, because
Absolutely.
Because some council members are going to look at that.
Absolutely.
That's maybe going to influence what they do or who they talk
Absolutely.
to, or influence their vote on the budget.
Absolutely.
So what's the soonest you can see pushing that out?
No, I already do. I spoke to both Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff, and they're in coordination with council members right now to have those communications and talks. Our anticipation to have everything wrapped up by Friday so that on Monday we can button up nice pieces of legislation ready to go.
Anyone else with any questions, comments about how that's supposed to work? Ms. Becker? They have said they expect to be able to socialize this proposed amendment, FY24 amendment list, maybe as early as Friday, which is good because council members are going to want to see that, because it may impact how they feel or the questions they ask about FY25.
Will there be an opportunity for our colleagues that are not on finance exec to go through and also ask questions this following Monday as well to follow up?
Correct. Deputy Pace is in coordination there.
Understood. And I just wanted to name, we had some really amazing initiatives that we got to do in partnership with the administration this year, like the Clean Energy Fund. Also wanted to state, because this was an issue that came up with that community, that this will be an ongoing conversation throughout this year. That is ramp up dollars, and we will revisit this for next.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and I will implore colleagues to not wait until we're in session on Monday to lob unsocialized ideas out of left field into the field of battle. All right.
You gonna make a motion?
All right. Well, it's menu time. Do we want to?
Is this she saying that we should add additional amendments? Because I got some more.
Well, no. My question is, it's move approval on condition I think that's stronger than no recommendation. I mean, the committee's worked hard on it. Okay. So that's the motion.
The vote is open. And the vote is closed.
Budget, we will see you on Monday. That takes us to all right, the personnel paper. So I know it's going to be substituted. I know there was a massive substitute emailed out shortly before this meeting convened. So who's presenting? Who gets the honor of presenting this at the last minute?
Good afternoon, council members. Kimberly Finley, Interim Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Human Resources. So the substitute that you have before you has a total of 124 changes, 19 position creations, 92 funding allocations, 10 reclass with incumbents, 1 position abolishment, and 1 classification creation. So City Council has 1 position abolishment, executive offices, they have 1 classification creation, 1 position creation. Human Resources has 1 salary grade amendment. Procurement has 18 position creations, 92 funding allocations, 10 reclassification with incumbents.
I'm curious as to why procurement came at the date that they did with these proposed changes.
So the 92 funding allocations are to realign employee cost allocations to properly account for the work spread across general and enterprise funds. The creation of new positions and reorganization. So new positions are being introduced as part of a broader reorganization effort. This includes significant roles such as the Assistant Director of Category Management, the Director of Category Management, which are aligned with specific pay grades and ranges needed to support the department's evolving structure and needs. Classification and pay grade adjustments. Adjustments that are proposed to existing classifications and pay grades reflecting changes in departmental management hierarchy. These adjustments are crucial for aligning the responsibilities appropriately, thereby ensuring competitive and equitable structures within the department. And the reclassification of several temporary or reorganized roles to permanent status across various categories, enhancing job stability and clarity in role definitions. This action aims to solidify the workforce structure and improve operational efficiency within the department. So for further clarification, I believe the CPO is in here, or maybe I think he just left.
All right, so I know some of my colleagues asked a series of questions during your original presentation. I'm going to wait to hear from them if their questions have been answered or not, or if they have supplemental questions. But before we do that, so you drop the personal paper in their lap and then you kind of speed read through it. I've had time now to go look at it in detail. So just a couple baseline questions. If adopted, what would the median salary be for a City of Atlanta employee?
I don't have that information offhand. I can aggregate it and get it for you.
So the total number of transactions seems in line with what I remember year to year, kind of 800-900-ish. What I don't think I had seen before were so many grade jumps, 3, 4, and 5 rungs up the ladder. There's a lot of people going from median 70 to median 110. So could you just talk about that? I mean, was that, and I'll hook that up to a question I'm now asking for the 3rd time as part of this budget process, which is it fair to say that this personnel paper represents the first of what are going to be then 3 additional years, first one being later this year, of implementation of paying class recommendations?
I don't want to misspeak. That sounds like the path that we're going down, but I would have to get additional information to the council members in order to effectively answer.
Does HR have a feeling about that? I mean, salaries are skyrocketing for dozens and dozens and dozens of people.
I see Candace coming in. So, from a financial perspective, we have, going into the budget, have asked departments to either consider the limit of creations of new positions, to leverage their existing org structure to either reclass positions or abolish some positions that are no longer needed to create an organizational structure that's beneficial for them. One thing that we are mindful of is that any changes that are made now have to also be made in consideration to pay and class compensation, so that anything that we do ahead of pay and class implementation is not double counted. So we need to kind of go down maybe another mini exercise to crosswalk and reconcile pay and class recommendations with personnel paper actions that some of the commissioners are making.
All right, let me say it or ask it a slightly different way in hopes of having my morale boosted. So it would seem inconceivable to me that some of these grander changes would have been made without consulting the pay and class recommendations. But is that possible?
It is possible.
And you're on the spot.
Right,
I recognize that. She's on the spot too, because she didn't think she was going to be standing up here
We are
pitching this.
we're on the spot, and so yes, it's conceivable that they could have been made without those recommendations in place. However, I would like to just guide everybody's thought processes around the FY25 budget. Does have certain parameters around what is allocated to specific departments. So to the extent that some of these will probably have to have further contemplation before execution during the middle of the year if the budget isn't there. But we'll continue to have that conversation with the departments. We've allocated the funding for the existing positions, plus we've allocated funding for class and comp recommendations, plus we've allocated funding in place for additional vacancies in each specific department. So to the extent that commissioners make decisions outside of those 3 or 4 parameters that we've budgeted, then that will impact some of their delivery mechanisms throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, these are big numbers, and to think that there's even the chance that the right and left sides of the brain have not been communicating on this scares me. Mr. Wan.
Yes, so our classification and compensation director
Okay.
for additional content.
Sure. Happy to hear from you.
So just to speak about the grade amendments, we made sure we didn't approve too many of them, just to take into account the class and comp study. And any submissions from departments that requested grade changes, I made sure we coordinated those changes with the consultants, just to make sure we didn't have any conflict with those requests.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wan.
All right, thank you. So I want to follow up with some of the requested information from the personnel paper during the budget hearing. I think the first one that is probably the most important to me is total head count on each of the departments, not the actions, but the actual head count, both this year and last year.
April Weeks here, Senior Director for HR. So that is a manual process right now, and so I actually have it, but I do need to kind of scrub it a little bit with our HRS Director just to make sure I'm giving you accurate information, because we are doing that manually. So I do have it here. I just, want to make sure we have everything correct.
All right, yeah, it's going to be important for me to be able to see that before Monday. And I had my personnel book paper from last year, but I couldn't find that one sheet, so to the extent that someone can just recreate,
Oh, yeah, I can definitely send that to you. I just want you also to remember that it's going to also include the mid-year paper, so those numbers will be included as well.
So the next question I had, because I think the column that's making me the most nervous right now is the position creation column. And when you presented last week, you said that some of them are funded and some of them are not. So that was another data point that I was asking for, is of the position creations, which ones are going into funded positions and which one are going into unfunded.
So right now, unfortunately, HR and nor finance has this information. It lies solely within the department. So we're currently working with the administration for remediation.
Okay. Those two are tied because I think that number that we're gonna see is a little jaw dropping, and it makes me even more nervous because that mid-year correction that you referenced was supposed to take care of a lot of this. And so those three pieces of data are going to paint a really interesting picture in terms of, have we actually been addressing our org structure that in a way that we thought we were going into this year. I think we did it budget-wise. Y'all did a great job last year of kind of factoring in positions that have been vacant for a long time, just kind of moving the dollars out of that. But I just don't know that we've done that necessarily with the positions, and I think that's what we really should be focusing on now. Because going to CFO Ball's point, I don't want to keep creating positions that are just sitting there. I'd rather have that during the mid-year personnel paper where we're like, okay, we realize we have 100 people, but we really need 110. Let's add the 10 versus we go into the year thinking we might need 110, so we are 110, but we're actually 100, so let's create 120. And again, these are real important to me within that narrative and that context. There was one other piece. I'm trying to remember what the other. I saw the one pager in here that broke down those two departments in terms of more detail, so I appreciate that as well. I think those were had to do with the position transfers. So, okay. With that, I'll go ahead and yield. I'm at best going to just be able to move this forward, no recommendation, or abstain on if there is an actual recommendation because of the need for that additional information. But I appreciate the work that y'all put into this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Actually, thank you for what I requested. I appreciate that. And the one thing that she's scrubbing down, I'm just going to wait to see that. But I'm supportive, and I really do thank you for the work that you did. That was pretty quick, and thank you. So I'm good.
One, I wanted to commend you because you were put on the spot very quickly in this team, and y'all have done fantastic work, and so deeply appreciative of you all. Like that, for the most part, the outfits are still being coordinated. I did want to ask, one of the things I did want to follow up on, and this may not be, and I apologize because I was not able to sit on the personnel meeting last week. I wanted to ask if we could also we've asked some of the departments, and I don't believe we got them, but if HR could please assist with the new flow charts with these positions in place, because one of the things that we consistently hear is, org chart, I'm sorry, what did I say? My bad, org chart, not flow chart. If we can get an org chart, and I specifically, to be very clear, I really also want to see an org chart specifically for city planning and for ATL DOT, because there is we have these positions and wanting to see what is actually filled and not filled, because I'm hearing mixed responses from staff and then from leadership. And so to have an understanding of what the org chart is, what's actually filled, what isn't actually filled. If I'm hearing the truth, do we actually have 20 people laying that on our concrete team for the city, or is it actually 9? And because we are not fully equipped, and to tackle these issues without having all the information in front of us. So if that was something you could assist with, it would be deeply appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I remember another question. Did we ever get that whole situation resolved with the Inspector General and the positions? Did that get answered?
That information was in the packet.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, thank you.
He didn't read. I'll apologize for him. He's over here flustered with all his papers.
And should we expect another substitute on the floor?
Not right now. I know that city planning did reach back out because they needed to add some information funding.
Oh,
So-
bad city planning. Bad.
So I will check with them again today. So we possibly may have another substitute come Monday.
And, well, I actually wanted to flag something for us that came to my attention yesterday, and it's a bit, if I can find my phone, it's regarding city planning. It's my understanding, and CFO, you might want to weigh in on this. It's my understanding that one of the bills that was passed at the Capitol this past session, I want to say that it was HB 461. I believe that the finance, the way that works, it makes it so that builders' fees must not leave the building department. So I'm wondering how that might end up factoring into the allocations and everything with this, and what they may be submitting as part of their substitution. Because from my understanding, thanks to the House Bill 461 that was just passed in the legislature, there will be building fees that are that have to stay within Office of Buildings. So I'm just wondering if that's being factored into all of this. I told you, very random.
You know, that, so we analyze and assess that bill, and we're comfortable that our approach is in line with the recommendations of the actual bill itself. So we don't foresee an issue there. With regards to some of the positions that planning is looking to allocate, I think they might want to split fund the positions with different funds within our org structure.
Thank you.
Additional discussion or questions? You know, there was one year before last, where we knew there was not going to be any substitute. It was stated with great clarity there would be no substitute. And we had our questions answered well enough in advance that we felt comfortable voting on this, and went on the consent agenda. And no one on council pulled it off, and that was a beautiful thing. I wish we could do more of that. So just, you know, always good to give us our questions as far in advance as possible. Always good to push out kind of your specific substitute, you know, matters, rather than here's the entire book and the changes are color coded. Now, you did kind of read off your one pager, but that didn't so I guess what I'm saying is next year, just have that data be presented to us, and just that data. I mean, don't ask our offices to print a 235-page document. That we shouldn't have to do that. All right, I'm going to make a motion for discussion purposes to send this forward without recommendation.
On condition.
Okay, yeah, on condition of having our questions.
Should we substitute first or not yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good point. I'll move the substitute.
Okay, thank you.
Let's open that vote. Thank you.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
Move to adopt the substitute.
No.
Or move it for, yeah, okay, we're back to move it, send it forward without rec.
On condition.
On condition.
Yeah.
Hey, compared to transportation,
Oh, yeah.
we get it done here now. It's been under 2 hours. All right, motion's been made and seconded. Questions or comments? Let's ring it up.
Vote is open.
Survey says.
Vote is closed.
All right.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Thank you. Is there any other business to come before this committee today? Any announcements or comments?
Just one, we had some special visitors here today. We got interns from the HR department and the finance department, so just wanted to recognize the new faces in the room. So
Yeah.
Fully acknowledge.
Please stand up.
We can already tell that you're interns because you don't look jaded, but you're doing great.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're adjourned.